and what needs to be applied with, and I think the attitude that we've shown and the intent and process that we stuck with was exemplary, and that eventually it took a long time to unlock this West Indian batting lineup, but eventually we got there.
All the best to batting today.
Thanks, mate.
Great to have Alan Donald here. You know, I joked with Curtly Ambrose just now that the combination of test wickets between Donald and Ambrose is more than any combination of cricketers on this ground today. Anyway, speaking of Curtly, here he is looking at the surface with Samuel Badri.
Day 3 is usually considered a moving day in Test match cricket, but what we've seen so far, it's been moving from the very first session. 12 wickets on day 1, 10 wickets on day 2. What does day 3 have to offer? It continues to be a bit of a challenging surface for the batsmen alongside me. Curtly Ambrose, Curtly, your thoughts on this surface for day 3?
It certainly will be a challenging day. When you look at this area, where a bit of grass, we've seen variable bounce. When you look at Hawkeye, balls pitching in the very same area, doing something different, keeping a bit low, some bouncing a bit, is really concerning for the batsmen. But the fast bowlers will enjoy hitting that area.
Yeah, I think the fast bowlers love this surface because of that natural variation. We saw some wickets fall into spin. Gudakesh Moti might come into play a little bit later, but it will be about the West Indies trying to get these wickets as quickly as they possibly can.
Sir Curtly and Samuel Badri there, but let's look forward, lady and gentlemen. Atta, let me start with you. Who do you think will be the critical batsman for Bangladesh in this second innings if they are to fight back?
Well, to start with, it has to be something from Mahmudullah Sanjoy, because remember, he was the only player from either side to pick up 100 in South Africa, from South Africa and Bangladesh team. So he has done all the hard work in the past, and if he gets going and if he does survive, it is all about survival initially, but if they do survive, then they can go ahead. But it has to be Shakib and Liton Kumar Das. They need to come up with a plan to bat for a longer period of time.
Stacey, and quickly pick a bowler for me for the West Indies.
I think Kemar Roach and Alzari Joseph, they're going to come very hard with the clouds around, a bit of moisture. I think they're going to do well with it.
Oh, thank you very much, Stacey. Thank you very much. Atta, the sun is beating down here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We are in for an enticing day 3 of this first test match, and the players are ready. I guarantee you, Gudakesh Moti wants his first test match wicket. Joshua Da Silva will be giving all his advice. Bangladesh looking to fight back. We'll take a short break, and after that, we will see Shakib and his men on day 3.
Another glorious day here in Antigua as we continue this Padma Bridge Friendship Series presented by Walton. First test match between the West Indies and Bangladesh. Start of day 3. The beauty of test match cricket continues to entertain all of us. The ebb and flow of this test match, so evident in this match summary. Bangladesh deficient in their first innings, only getting 103. West Indies in response, 265. They started strongly, and then there was a bit of an implosion. 7 wickets fell for 68 runs, and now Bangladesh, second time around batting, 50 for 2. Still 112 runs behind. It's another exciting day. Both teams will harbor positive thoughts. West Indies, of course, will be thinking about getting these remaining 8 wickets. Bangladesh, on the other hand, will try to find hope in their batting talents. Najmul Hussain Shanto, unbeaten on 8 yesterday evening, will continue his batting. He's alongside the youngster, Hassan Joy. Attar Ali Khan joins me in the commentary box. What can we expect today?
Well, certainly both these batters, the youngsters, just 21 years of age, Mahmudullah Hassan Joy, will be hoping that they just hangs around. He's already faced 60 deliveries yesterday. Important for him to start in similar kind of fashion. Up against Kemar Roach, who we all know, can be very, very lethal with the ball, especially early in the day.
Kemar Roach from the Securely Ambrose end to open proceedings.
I think also important for someone like Nazmul Hussain Shanto, who has close to 4,000 runs in first-class cricket, to go in and show the kind of promise that he has showed earlier on. Made a very good 100 in Sri Lanka, against Sri Lanka. That's time to put your hands up and shoulder the responsibility.
Playing a miss. Again, that ball just dropping short of Joshua Da Silva. An indication that there's not a lot of pace from the surface. There is deviation. A bit of variable bounce as well.
Yes, we've already said, and the batters would know exactly what the pitch is offering, so it's important to pick up the line and length early on.
Beautiful, confident shot from Shanto, and he adds 4.
What a way to start. Still wide, but it was full, and he leaned into it. It's a lovely drive. Coming from the meaty part of the bat, should give him enough confidence. That's the challenge, Darren Ganga, for the batters. Which one to play, which one to leave. Was caught in 2 minds the previous delivery. So you got to be spot on.
Much more assured in that defensive stroke. Hussain Shanto. I also believe whatever you do as a batsman today, you got to commit to it. Whether your approach is to balance your defense with attack or to be very patient and watchful. Make the sacrifice and commit to it. End of the first over, 54 for 2. Iqbal already dismissed. Scored a rapid 22 in both innings of this test match. He got starts, wasn't able to carry on. He's the in-form batsman, you can say, for Bangladesh. West Indies should also have very good plans for Bangladesh's captain, Shakib Al Hasan, who scored a half century in that first innings. Of course, plans for all batters in this Bangladesh team, but sometimes you put a little more focus on the ones who are more experienced, who you think might have more of an impact in the game. Surely that's in the mind of Craig Brathwaite.
You mentioned Craig Brathwaite. What I'd like to see from these two youngsters is to emulate the way he batted in that first innings. More than 200 deliveries for 90 odd. And he knew the kind of behavior from the surface, but not easy for the batters to go in and start playing shots. Tamim Iqbal chased a wide delivery, trying to play aggressively. So did Mehdi Hasan Miraj, who was sent in as a night watchman.
Couple of runs for Hassan Joy. The things that stands out when you're looking at Hassan Joy is his great balance at the crease. Doesn't really fall over that much. Has the ability to play through the onside, through the offside. That's a good sign as a opening batsman. Did mention Craig Brathwaite. The other thing I think Craig Brathwaite does well is play within his limitations. He knows his strengths as a batsman, and he relies on that a lot to bring him success with the bat.
It's been a very short career in terms of test match cricket for Mahmudul Hasan Joy, but he's impressed the way he has batted. Again, solidly behind. And in that particular test match that he got that 100 against South Africa in Durban, he scored 137. But what was important, that he faced 326 deliveries. So he plays a similar kind of role, what Craig Brathwaite does for his team. And he's only 21 years of age. Future prospect, quality player.
$56 for 2. Bangladesh chipping away at this lead by the West Indies. Kemar Roach to continue. Another important factor in this test match for Craig Brathwaite is his decisions when it comes to his bowling changes. Some trends we've seen in the first 2 days of this test match as it relates to the bowlers. It's important as a captain to note those trends and use them wisely. I speak about the spinners. Only 5 wickets in this entire test match going to spinners, and all those 5 wickets coming from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And that's where Kemar Roach is bowling from now. And then 11 of the 17 wickets to seamers coming from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Why is that? Because they bowled the right lengths. That's day 1 and day 2. Variable bounce, variation of the pitch. So crucial when bowling from that Sir Andy Roberts end. So that should guide Craig Brathwaite in terms of his bowling changes. If he's got to use Gudakesh Moti, then he must bowl at least majority of his overs from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Yeah, he is the great man. And I repeat, it's a guide. There's no guarantee.
What Bangladesh will be looking forward to do is ensure that they stick to their plans, the plans that they've discussed in the dressing rooms. And I'm sure Russell Domingo, Jamie Siddons would have been talking to them over and over again. Play the ones that is close to you and let it go to the keeper. You really don't have to play each and every delivery. There is movement, there is bounce, you will get a good delivery. But if you start to show that, yes, you mean business by playing solidly, getting behind the line of the ball, and can still go behind the line of the ball and still leave it to the keeper because there is bounce. But that's the kind of start they would be hoping for, and that if they start to do that on a consistent basis, then it will start to frustrate the bowlers. What that would be the plan.
Maiden over for Kemar Roach, 56 for 2. Mahidi Hassan was brilliant with the ball, 4 for 59. When the going was tough.
And those 4 wickets came in his last spell. In 8 overs that he bowled and gave away only 11 runs. And that's the point that you were trying to make. There is something for the spinners. And as the day progresses, probably, most likely, the skipper of West Indies team will be hoping to get the spinners on.
Alzari Joseph as well was quite brilliant in the last hour of playing day 2. accounted for both wickets, Alzari Joseph. First, Dominic Bell. What a spectacular catch from Joshua De Silva. Mehdi Hassan promoted in that night watchman role. Didn't really fulfill it. Just to endorse the point that you're making about Bangladesh batsmen being aware as to where their off stump is, leaving the ball, being clinical if they're going to play the ball. I've looked at the percentages of dismissals to pace in test match cricket, and that's to the mode of dismissal being caught behind the wicket, either by the wicketkeeper or the slips. Taman Iqbal, 42% of the times he's been caught in that region. This test match, he went via that route. Shakib Al Hassan, 35% of the times against pacers in test match cricket, he's gotten out caught behind the wicket. Mominul Haq, 47%. Liton Das, 34%. So that tells a story, and it endorses the point that you're making, that you've got to be a little more selective and disciplined with deliveries on or about that off stump.
Not a bad single. Roach, you have a few
57 for 2.
Tamim Iqbal should have let it go to the keeper, trying to chase a wide delivery. The left of the screen, former captain Mominul Haq will have to play a really big part. He is under tremendous amount of pressure. And he'll be hoping that when he gets an opportunity to bat, go in and play a bigger role. At the moment, both the batters looking comfortable. That's the evidence of what we are talking about, how he played that defensive stroke. Mahmoud Hassan Joy, solid, and knew exactly. It's about the mindset also. You need to be calm and composed. Right behind it, right on top of it. And once they start to do this on a regular basis, it'll calm the nerves in the dressing room.
Yes, Rochi. He feels like he's close, Rochi.
Well, it's a real issue for Bangladesh batsmen. That channel on off stump, outside the off stump. There is another challenge, and it has to do with the venue here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. That has to do with dismissals in test match cricket caught by the wicketkeeper. In terms of venues, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium sits second on that list. The dismissals against pacers in test match cricket.
So the teams traveling and playing at this venue have struggled, and they've nicked it behind the stumps. So it's even a bigger challenge for Bangladesh, because you come from a domestic competition where the pitches are low and slow in nature.
And this is percentage of dismissals to pace bowlers in test match cricket here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 29% of batsmen were dismissed, caught wicketkeeper. 3 out of 10 batsmen being dismissed via that route.
Bangladesh batters will need a little bit of luck. That has gone very close to the bat. Have a look at that lateral movement. So you got to play inside the line. And if you get beaten, yeah, he knows that there's a bit of a movement. Really good from Kemar Roach. Testing times for Mahmudullah Sanjoy.
No!
Very good start by the West Indians, 57 for 2.
Yeah, that's not stop.
22, the partnership between these two at the crease.
Yeah, so far good discipline from both the batters, the left-hander Nazmul Hasan Shanto and Mahmudullah Sanjoy, knowing the importance, the role that they need to play for themselves and for the team. Back time.
In this particular test match, 7 of the 17 wickets going to seamers also fell, caught wicketkeeper. So as a batsman, you got to try and find a way of countering that challenge. Whether that's leaving a lot of deliveries outside the off-stump, playing with a horizontal bat shot, judging the length of the ball better, maybe batting out of your crease. You've got to find a way. That's a challenge of test match batting. On the up, risky business, but he nails it and gets 4.
You spoke about batting out of the crease, and it's Nazmul Hasan Shanto has been doing it. Even on this occasion, he's batting outside the crease. Yes, he's hit that on the up. Very aggressive. There you go, the footwork. Well, if you pick up a boundary, fine, but it's still a little bit too aggressive at this stage of the game. Needs to settle down, calm down his nerves.
If I was Jaden Sales, I wouldn't mind that shot at all. Still Bangladesh 101 in deficit. It's a high-risk shot.
No! Leave it open. Working, Jade. Working, Jade. Come on, boys.
There it is at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, a kids zone. Cricket West Indies has invested in this type of facility for kids to encourage spectators at the ground, to ensure that the next generation of West Indian cricketers are properly motivated.
Yeah, one. I'm in the game. No. Josh? Not a question, I'm sorry.
Trampoline.
Josh, almost 2 for 4 over.
Might have a bouncy castle as well. Positive type of youth engagement. And Antigua and Barbuda, this country has a great cricketing legacy.
Not bad. Cracking Jade.
63 for 2.
Right up, right up.
Change in bowling for the West Indies. Kyle Mayers replacing Kemar Roach from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Extracts quite a bit of movement from the surface.
That's why important for both the batters to ensure that you get close to the deliveries. I keep repeating myself over and over again, but that will be the key. And he's a dangerous, dangerous bowler. Moves it both ways.
Also swings the ball. As that delivery that swings into the right-handers. Uses the scrambled seam, the upright seam, cross seam. Lots of variations. That's what he brings to the table with the ball.
Two for 10 as figures in the first innings. He looked lethal with the ball. He set up Litton Kumar Das by bowling a few off-cutter which came into the right-hander, and then he forced the batter to think that the ball was coming in, and he chased it. It went the other way. Got his wicket. Again, moving it away. A little bit too wide. He's been watchful. Mahmudul Hasan Joy.
Those 2 wickets in the first innings came in 1 over. Was a double wicket maiden for Kyle Mayers.
Just wondering.
Reminder of those wickets picked up by Kyle Mayers in the first innings. Litton Das just reaching, he advanced. He was expecting that delivery to come in, and then the swing. Ducking in to Nurul Hassan. He departed without scoring. Oh. 64 for 2.
I think the batters also need to understand the fact that this pitch is getting better in terms of batting. Yes, there is a bit of movement. There is a third day. And the men in the dressing room, the senior campaigners, we spoke about Shakib Al Hassan, Momin ul Haq, Litton Kumar Das, would be eyeing it closely and ensure that when they do get an opportunity to bat, it just might be a little bit better in terms of batting. Again, nicely behind. But it's all about the ones in the middle. Taranganga, I feel the ones in the middle will need to shoulder the responsibility. They're fighting it out. Youngsters, the future for Bangladesh cricket. And they have a great opportunity to showcase their talent.
Short delivery used by Jaden Seals. Over the years, looking at Bangladesh and their batting efforts, bounce is an important element in getting wickets against this opposition. There is a deep square leg in play. And again, just trying to ruffle Hassan Joy with a few short deliveries. Not a bad ploy. Still 3 slips and a gully.
Mahmudul Hassan Joy made a very good 100 in that Under-19 World Cup winning campaign for Bangladesh. I was in the semi-finals against New Zealand. They showed early promise. And the selectors have really believe that they have someone who can handle it at the top level.
Nicely played, soft hands, kept it down, 64 for 2.
Come on, Dapper.
Bit of movement and bounce for Kyle Mayers every so often. If as a seamer you can persist long enough, something happens off the surface. Excellent seam position. That stood up. Thought I might have seen Alzari Joseph start the bowling this morning just as my option from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Given that he was the man that took the 2 wickets yesterday. I understand why Seals was used. He's the guy that can swing the ball and bowl full. This guy, so far in this innings and in the match for the West Indies, is your leading bowler. Morning, Stacey Ann.
Good morning, Ian. Good morning to all our viewers.
So often Kyle Mayers does it. That wonderful ability to come around the wicket, angle it in and then take it away. And bounce as well. He is such a brilliant performer.
Such a good delivery. Just Getting an edge to the shoulder of his bat, Shanto. Kyle Mills makes that breakthrough for West Indies during this morning session. Najmul Hussain Shanto goes for 17, Bangladesh 64 for 3.
Mominul Haq, former captain who's been struggling for form. That average has come down significantly in the last 10 test matches or so. 100th innings for him. Look at the seam position of Mears round the wicket, but the seam position, as we've known for a while, is angled towards slip, and previous deliveries as well. And we've seen the extra bounce. And we talked, a statistician and I, about Nazmul Hussain Shanto and the number of times he got caught behind the wicket. Mominul is no different. Love to see an extra man in that slip cordon, to be honest, at least to start with. Take all the cover, get a gully in. Got a senior bowler in Roach. You've got a wicketkeeper in Joshua De Silva, who's captain Trinidad and Tobago. John Campbell has been around enough. Alzari Joseph. Got to get a gully in. Named all of them because they can be advisors to Craig Brathwaite. $64 for 3.
Change of bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Alzari Joseph was successful yesterday with 2 wickets. He was actually applauded when he went back to his fielding position by the crowd.
And don't forget his best bowling figures in the first innings. So 5 wickets in the test match already for Joseph on his home ground. And more importantly, live on that, your stock ball, on that length. The guys did a pitch report this morning that emphasized where that little grassy area is, that you get more indifferent bounce. Be patient, love the short leg in, and work away your stock ball, even though he's batting out of his crease, into that grassy area. Occasionally you'll vary your length.
Oh, sorry. Very well bowled, AJ. Back up and warm up yet. Back up in the side. Normally start light. You don't warm up yet. Normally start light. Get into 2 overs, boy. Be cranking. man must say pitch slow, sorry. Man must say pitch slow. Slide. But me know say 150 a ball. You know 150 a ball, sorry. Sorry, I know you bowl 150. That is what I know for sure. Come on, Zeke. Yes, that's the pace I'm talking about, Z-man.
Really good pace and bounce. Happy to see that it's Nkrumah Bonner at short leg and not Raymond Reefer, as was the case in the first innings.
One chance at time. Don't show them yet.
65 for 3.
Don't let nobody know. My body feels as if it would ever break down. So much drinks in there, but I could still go on that wrong.
Kalmias will continue from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
Let's go back to that previous over from Kyle Mayers. You can see the shape of the ball, well left initially. And then just released from a little bit wider and angled in a little bit deeper from that brilliant seam position, which to the right-hander he will sometimes scramble. Good hands at slip. There's that bounce again. And I've often said, Stacey, and you heard me say it yesterday, and I've tried to tell the world that so far in Kyle Mayers' career, it looks a simple method. He's got skills. He hits a good length more often than perhaps any other bowler in this match and any other bowler in the last series. And that's his method. Occasionally with strong shoulders, he gets bounce. Not saying he's a world beater, but he's more than useful. Brilliant again, brilliant again. Into that grass area. Even Hassan Joy says yes.
Hassan Joy likes to play at deliveries just outside his off. He was dismissed in his first innings similarly. But this is what Kyle Mayers will do. Of course, we saw in that first innings, he shaped it in. But of course, that ability to drift away into that slip region.
And two different lengths. You'll be looking, if you're Craig Brathwaite and if you're the batsman, to be challenged by two different lengths. Bowling into the Sir Andy Roberts end. With that sort of average, it's a small sample size, so it's good. So I'm not saying it'll be that way if he plays another 20 test matches. a full length into the grass patch outside off stump to the right-hander. Deep in swing again. And maybe with Joseph bowling into Sir Curtly Ambrose end, maybe just a little bit more back of a good length.
A good seam presentation.
He's infringed that front line, so Joel Wilson with the auto no ball call by the television umpire, a bit delayed. It's not a free hit though in Test match cricket. Still not happy with just 3 slips. I think the guy is early in his innings. You don't want the horse to bolt and then put one in. If he drives it for 4 through extra cover, good on you, Muminul Haq. We're willing to give that away. Terrific fielding. Gudakesh Moti. 67 for 3.
Diving backward point to his right. Gudakesh Moti. Applauded by Kalmias for that effort. It's a summer of cricket for West Indies and Bangladesh. First test being played here in Antigua. Second test moves across to St. Lucia. Followed by 3 T20s, 2 in Dominica, 1 in Guyana, and then 3 ODIs, all in Guyana.
Say, Guyana, we coming. And his posse. Met a gentleman this morning at breakfast, sitting with Atar Ali Khan. He's on vacation at the hotel, and I picked up the strong Guyanese accent. Sounds as though he lives in the US, though, in North America, and he says, I am from the same village as Gudakesh Moti. Wish him all the best for me. So Gudakesh got regards already, a very popular man already. Great fielding last over. Perhaps worth seeing again. Diving to his weak side because he's naturally left-handed. and has shown composure with the bat already in his first test match and in the field now. If you're feeling at point, then you know that you have to have something about you, Stacey, and you would have fielded there often.
It's definitely not one of the easiest positions. You've got to move to your left. You've also got to move to your right. Must have nimble feet in that position. At the end of 32, Bangladesh 67 for 3. Again, just look at the seam position from Kyle Mayers. Good swing, good carry to Joshua De Silva.
Occasionally he'll scramble it and maybe look to just angle it back in. So what happens, it's away. The batter's eye line then moves outside the off stump sometimes, and then it doesn't have to swing back. All it has to do is be a change of angle. And you find yourself sometimes falling over. That's the theory.
So we're predicting something happening in this ball.
No, you went ahead of me there. I said that's the theory. But in terms of Antigua, it's not theoretical, it's practical, it's operational. One of the most beautiful islands anywhere. Gotta come to visit this wonderful island. We talk about the beaches, food, friendliness of the people. And if carnival is your thing, then they have their carnival next month, which, like so many others, were affected by the pandemic into its absence. So a lot of people will be lining up to sample the musical delights, the cuisine, in addition to the beaches. Oh, that was the one. That was the one that just angled back. So it took a while to set it up. Inside edge. 71 for 3.
Change in seam position. It's that inside edge.
Such a wonderful setup again in that last over. If you followed it at home or on your mobile device, wherever you are. Away, 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 away. It's a song we have in church, away, away. And then just a change of a seam position and then back in. And if you think he's not skillful or he's just a golden arm, you're wrong.
Get the alignment, Izzy. Get the alignment, Izzy. Go in, Zar. Work in, Zar. Keep at it, boys. Keep going, lads.
He knows his skill, Kalmears. Doesn't try to do too many different things.
You can wake it up, Z. Me say wake up Pakistan, Zari. Me say wake up Pakistan. That's very slow. Working, Z.
It's good from Hassan Joy. He'd scored 1 run from his previous 26.
Lambo.
An over pitch delivery from Alzari Joseph. Much better delivery. And this is where Alzari Joseph has been dangerous. He has created opportunities with that length.
Yeah, and I think even if you could, some people will look and say, okay, it's been a touch too short. The worst case scenario is that he's not giving away runs. He's building pressure. That's the worst case scenario. You want him to be just a fraction fuller and straighter. That is straighter. Good batting from Hassan Joy. 74 for 3.
Goes over it. Thank you. Long 5, Craig.
That will go upstairs.
Out, Bonner. No.
To the umpire, to director, we have an umpire review for run out. If I can have a look at your best side on angle, please. Okay, the batter's grounded. The batter's grounded. Okay, we can go to the big screen with my decision of
Stand by 5 and through to 5.
not out.
Yeah, decision not out.
Yeah, I heard through his stumps, Mike, before the decision was met, someone said the umps already said not out.
But it was good fielding.
And there's some numbers by our statistician as we look at Anderson Phillip on the field for Jaden Seals. In the last 2 years, since the start of 2021, Carl Mears has bowled an average fuller length than anyone else, any other seamer in the world. Good length, 6 to 8 meters. Close. Finger goes up belatedly. They will think about review, I think. I think they'll go for it. Yeah, they've gone for it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. It's a fair delivery, as I've already seen. Can we have a look at front on, please? Okay, just rock and roll that, roll it through. Okay, we've clearly got no bat involved there, so we can go to ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, pitching outside off, impact in line. Wickets is umpire's call. So we can go back to Joel on field to stay with your original decision, Joel. You're on screen now. Please signal.
Decision, umpire's call. Mominul Haq goes for 4. Bangladesh 75 for 4. Now we take a Blue Waters drinks break.
Reminder, windiescricket.com is the official home of the Cricket West Indies. Keep up to date with live scores, ticketing information, statistics, player profiles, blogs, and the latest cricket information. So don't forget to check out www.windiescricket.com. That's www.
2 wickets in this morning so far for the West Indies. Bangladesh, well, they continue to struggle. 75 for 4. Carl Mears, what an impact he's had in the first innings and here again in the second. That ability to get some seam movement. Bowls challenging lengths importantly. Decision upheld by umpire Joel Wilson, just clipping the outside of that leg stump. Mominul Haq Another disappointing innings for him. 2 wickets for Alzari Joseph yesterday, but today it's been all Kalmias. Bangladesh still 87 runs behind, and they've got 6 wickets left. New batsman for them, Liton Das, has been really good. In 2022, Liton Das, 3 test centuries to him, and a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. Kalmia has got him in the first innings, so that will be on his mind as well. Alongside me, secretly, Ambrose secretly, Kalmias continues to be impactful in Test match cricket, with the ball particularly.
He certainly is. Most people say he's the man with the golden arm, but Ian Bishop alluded to his skills earlier and has been saying that for quite a while, and I have to agree. He's not just a man with a golden arm, he understands bowling. Not express pace, but use the seam movement and swing to his advantage. And like I've said before, he's got the knack of taking wickets, crucial wickets as well. But lots of us don't remember that he used to bowl a lot more a few years ago before he sustained that serious ankle injury. So he knows about bowling. So for me personally, it's not really surprising.
Yeah, that fuller length that Ian Bishop was mentioning, that Kalmias has bowled since the start of 2021. 76 for 4. The youngster Hassan Joy has been quite resolute, unbeaten on 28. Liton Das just out in the middle. And Shakib Al Hassan, the captain, to come along with the wicketkeeper and the bowlers. Liton Das averages 17 in test matches in the West Indies, so he's played a couple test matches here before in 2018. What a leave. There's a huge appeal. This was a courageous leave. Don't think that they'll review. The height was the question really, but he does review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery, no shot played. So can we have a look at front on, please? Okay, we can go to ball tracking when ready, please. It's clearly hit the pad. Just waiting for ball tracking, gentlemen. Okay, pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing. We'll go back to Chris on field to stay with his original decision of not out. I'll tell you when you're on screen, Chris. You're on screen now. Please signal not out.
Yeah, not out. Umpire's decision affirmed. Ball going over the stump, but it was a questionable decision to shoulder arms from Litton Das. I'm not too sure if he misjudged the line of that delivery or if he decided to leave on length. Either way, it was risky.
Certainly was risky. That ball pitched on the stumps, and with some of these deliveries keeping a bit low. That was certainly dangerous. That could have crashed into his middle stump. But he survived.
Confidently pulled away this time from Litton Das. No questions there. And gets his first boundary.
Attempted bouncer from Alzari Joseph. Didn't really bounce that much and was pulled away effortlessly by Das in front of square, which tells Lou the slow nature of the surface. What will Alzari's response be?
Pressed, pushed. Another confident stroke from Litton Das. Good timing. Consecutive boundaries now.
Hardly any backlift. Was all timing. Got a good stride in. And the placement was superb as well. Immediately, Alzari Joseph is under a bit of pressure. Back-to-back boundaries.
Not altogether convincing that last shot from Litton Das. So he left alone a delivery that almost had him LBW. Two confident strokes for boundaries and then this. So it's been an eventful last 4 balls.
Most of these Bangladesh players tend to go searching as opposed to let the ball come onto them.
Yeah, the tendency to push up the deliveries. 85 for 4. Deficit 77 still looms large for Bangladesh. All is for 2. I don't think they'll get it. Good bit of work from Jaden Seals in the deep. Kalmir's and his ability to move the ball both ways, bit of outward seam movement, and then this one that goes the other way, inside edge, and then LBW. So it's all about setting the batsman up, but you have to have the skill to do it as well. West Indies have generally been good in the field, supporting the bowlers, taking the catches, as opposed to when Bangladesh were in the field. Quite a number of catches going down. And that has been the point of difference so far. 1 point of difference anyway.
That's exactly what we spoke about earlier, Samuel Badji, about variable bounce, some keeping low, some bouncing a bit. The ones that keeps low, always a bit of a challenge for any wicket keeper. Josh De Silva did very well in the end. Brought a little smile to his face.
Finds the gap. This time we'll get a couple. Hassan Joy seems to have a good temperament. And for Test match cricket has been identified as one of the future players for Bangladesh. They've been searching as well for someone to solidify that opening position along with the very experienced Tamim Iqbal. And that search has been an extensive one. Shot. Boundary to Hassan Joy. Given some width. And very much in control of that shot.
Bangladesh moving slowly. Still trailed by 70 runs, which at this stage is huge.
Flurry of boundaries in the last couple of overs. 92 for 4. .26 runs coming off the last 5 overs. Patience required from both the batting team as well as the bowling team, consistently doing good things, whether it is decision making with shot selection and consistency in where you land your deliveries. It's a mental game, it's a patient game, Test match cricket.
Patience is certainly required, especially from the West Indian bowlers. They are way ahead in this game. Don't need to try anything out of the ordinary or experiment too much. Just continue to exercise patience, bowl in the good areas, continue to ask questions of the Bangladesh batsmen. They've already prized out 4. No need to try too many different things, trying to get the remaining 6 wickets. Just continue to be disciplined.
No. Building that vibe, boys.
I think maybe it's time to see the debutant, Coolidge Moti, into the attack to offer something slightly different.
Walton Das has looked good so far, the few deliveries that he's played. Apart from that indecisive leave, Coolidge Moti, the man from Berbice in Guyana, just a solitary over in the first innings, and I'm sure he'll have an opportunity soon in the second innings. He looked good with the bat, and unbeaten 20-odd. In the gap, control once again from Walton Das, picks himself another boundary. 3 boundaries now for Das, 98 for 4. That's what, 3 boundaries in the last 2 overs of the bowling of Alzari Joseph. Short and wide and too easy. Just talking about that patience and consistency. It seems to be lacking at the moment. Two successful bowlers so far. Joseph yesterday, Mears today. Seems as though you have a direct line to the captain, secretly. Coolidge Moti introduced into the attack from your end, from the Circuitly Ambrose end. So you will have that wind blowing across left to right, drifting into the right-handed batsman. 117 wickets in first-class cricket. Good average as well. And a best of 6 for 20. And getting that first test wicket, I'm sure that's what he's looking forward to doing, and it's a moment when he gets it that he will remember for a long, long time.
Yes, Moti, good start, Mot. Work, Mot, working, Mot.
We both saw him in the Super 50 tournament last year, secretly where he picked up the most wickets in that tournament, 19 wickets. Playing for Guyana, exhibited lots of control, some good variety as well, and in first-class cricket we know that he has the ability to turn the ball. Replaced Versamy Permaul in the test team, like-for-like replacement.
Go on, Moti. Go on, Mot, working, Mot.
Both of them, they play with the same club in Guyana, Albion. Devendra Bishu, a former West Indian spinner, also hail from that part.
Catch it! Moti, boy. Go on, Mot,
Narsingh
Mot.
Deonarain, another player, along with Chattergoon, Sivanarayan Chattergoon. Su Shivnarayan, the first test player, would have blazed the trail for these guys to follow. So lots of pedigree, lots of history in Albion.
Oh, yes, Moti.
Starts off with a maiden, 98 for 4. Family fun zone here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Trampoline, bouncy castle, face painting, lots of activities, ring toss challenge for the kids. Make it a family affair and come on down if you are in the vicinity on the island. Kemar Roach reintroduced. None for 23 in 11 overs so far. The leading wicket taker at this venue. Picked up 2 in the first innings. Starts off with a full toss. That would have caught Litton Das by surprise. And just 6 wickets away from 250 wickets in Test match cricket, Kirtley. Wonderful servant of the game for the West Indies, Kemar Roach.
He certainly is.
Just one. Now, Andy.
Made his debut for the West Indies way back in 2009. And guess against who? Bangladesh. He's been around for quite a while, Kemar Roach. Had a few injuries in between. And closing in on 250 wickets.
$100 up for Bangladesh, 100 for 4.
Working, Slidey. Come on, Slider. Patience and discipline, man. Keep going, boys. Still 0 for 4, boys. Still 0 for 4, boys.
Local scoreboard, obviously. Remember those days before all this technology? Gone. Kemar Roach, that man. You cannot keep him out of the game. Another wicket's gone. Good catch. Kyle Mayers at first slip. Bangladesh in further trouble.
Yeah, this has to be considered a soft dismissal for Litton Das. It was short and it was wide, and did he need to play at this? Did score a few boundaries, so that momentum was with him. Kemar Roach, well, he wouldn't mind. And the West Indies. The 5th wicket for Bangladesh goes Das for 17, 100 for 5. Bangladesh captain makes his way out to the middle. 5 test hundreds for him. Just over 4,000 runs in test match cricket. This is the reason he's here. Just wafting at a wide delivery. Litton Das. And when he looks back at that,
I'm sure he'd be very disappointed, certainly in the context of this game and what is required of the batsman, that fight that Atta Ali Khan has been talking about. The discipline, the patience, the temperament for batting. 3 wickets in the morning session so far for the West Indies. Can they add to that?
It's a little bit strange to see the captain coming in at number 7. Obviously, his team is in serious trouble. It's going to take a really big effort from him and Hassan Joy, who are both at the crease. Oh, well, what was that? What was that? $100 for 5. That was a wild swipe by the captain, considering the condition they are in. Not good going at all.
Joy? Looks like it's up to you, Joy. Yeah, looks like it's up to you. No, no. Block, block, block. Catch it. One. That's one. He's practicing for Dominica.
Shakib Al Hassan, the captain of Bangladesh, already showing his intent.
Practicing for Dominica. Go, Mots. Oh, okay. Yeah, hit the flicky pad. No, Joe.
It will be a little more rough outside the line of the left-handers off stump.
You're killing me, man.
That would allow for a little more turn for Gurukesh Moti, as we saw on that occasion.
Oh, how's that? How's that? The elbow, I think. Yeah. Elbow is still out.
Stacey King, happy with what you're seeing from Gurukesh Moti so far?
Catch it, Moti. Working, Moti. Keep going, Moti.
Very tidy. He's been bowling good lines and lengths, good areas.
Oh, yes, Moti. Moti, that's beautiful.
That 1 over in the first innings.
That's beautiful, eh? Working, Moti.
Into his second here, so that unfamiliarity as well from Bangladesh batters. Yeah, he'll create some chances.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bye. No bat, as confirmed by umpire Joe Wilson. End of the over, 103 for 5.
Beaten Joshua De Silva. But again, good areas and Gurukesh Moti's landing in.
What a brilliant record against this opposition. Kemar Roach, 37 wickets It's been a thorn in the side of Bangladesh over the years. And what about his record here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? That average 18.3 for his 46 wickets and counting.
Particularly like the 2 5-wicket hauls. You know, Sir Kirtley would have stated that Azari Joseph can be a bit more aggressive. He needs to get a 5-wicket haul, but Kemar Roach has shown with his experience over the years. It's been rewarded for bowling in good areas. And of course, good feeling from West Indies players as well.
Sisian, we've seen that record achieved by Kemar Roach. You yourself, you know, bowled for the West Indies women's team. What impresses you the most about his bowling? And what do you think has contributed significantly for his success in Test match cricket?
Just his composure. He runs in pretty easy, makes it look very easy. He's not the youngest of players. He's been around for some time. He's one of the senior bowlers. He just has a very fluent run-up, and then that action and follow through. And you can see that he enjoys his bowling, and once you enjoy what you're doing, you tend to just get rewards for it.
Of course, going up in age, coming off an injury whilst playing county cricket. As you mentioned, an economical action. All credit to him, he has remained relatively fit throughout his career. And as you know, fitness a very important element for fast bowlers. The testing delivery to end the over, 103 for 5.
Go ahead, Mort. Oh! Ball in, Morty.
Wilson is continuing with a similar approach to Bangladesh during their bowling innings. Pace from Sir Andy Roberts' end, a spin from the Sir Kirtley Ambrose end.
Bona, where you go? Move down, babe. Down, Bona. How's that?
With the rotation of strike in the over, which is so important towards building a partnership. That is exactly what Bangladesh requires at this time.
Nobody wants to stick around. A lot of pressure here, boys. Not playing many shots, huh? Oh. Working, Moats, work, Moats.
You can just hear Joshua De Silva in the mic stumps. I'm saying not too many shots being played here by Hassan Joy. He's now on to his 38 run of 143 balls, so similar to what Craig Brathwaite would have done. Just stick around I think this partnership would decide for Bangladesh. Shakib Al Hassan, who would have scored 51 in the first innings, and Hassan Joy, who seems to be settled at this point.
Oh,
Always searching for runs, Shakib Al Hassan. Was intent in this stroke. He wasn't just contented to defend. Yeah, that in turn the outside edge. Good end to the over for Gudakish Moti. 105 for 5.
Just missing the outside edge of Shakib Al Hassan's bat.
Approaching lunchtime, spectators at the ground could benefit from stalls like this, offering local delights.
West Indies, on the other hand, will be delighted if they can pick up another quick wicket just before lunch, as you mentioned. But I like what I'm seeing from Hassan Joy. He's just dominant and just staying there. A very young player as well in his test career, only 21 years of age.
Yeah, our co-commentator Ian Bishop would have spoken about his graduation from the under-19 level. Bangladesh, of course, winning that under-19 World Cup in 2020. Him being one of the graduates into the senior team. So too, Sharaful Islam, right-handed fast bowler. There's a third player as well who had the chance to play white ball cricket for Bangladesh, Amin Hussain. And it's so important as a cricketing nation to allow for that pathway of development to be accessed by the young players, for that development to go all the way through to the elite international level. Right here, Cricket West Indies is investing a lot in that development process. The Coolidge Cricket Ground is to be developed as a West Indies Cricket High Performance and Heritage Centre. And at the lunch interval, that will be discussed more by Cricket West Indies President, Sir Ricky Skerritt.
It kind of has been the home of cricket, especially for women's cricket as well. Most times girls will have their camps across here.
Right of screen, President Ricky Skerritt. .106 for 5. There he is, President of Cricket West Indies. Has a very important role in the development of cricket here in the region. His administration has adopted a cricket-first policy where cricket is the focus, and spoke about that Coolidge cricket ground being redeveloped.
Go on, Mort. And Morty, just front foot for me and you hear Mort. Oh yes, Morty. Working, Mort. Very well, Mort. Keep going, Morty. Yes, Morty. I love this, Mort. Working, Mort. Catch it. Easy, Dapper.
Yeah, finding the outside edge. Gudakish Moti, so
Working, Morty.
building some pressure, creating a few problems.
Go on, Morty. Working, Morty.
So far, he's been consistent in terms of his lengths.
Catch it, Morty.
That's what you expect from finger spinners, that they will have very, very good control. He's shown that already.
Catch it, Bonner.
Shakib will have to be a bit more patient. In previous over, we would have seen Gudakish Moti just beating his bat. And this delivery before this, just driving a bit uppishly.
Oh!
So Gudakish Moti will feel like he has Shakib exactly where he wants him. So he played some flourishing shots in his first innings as well. So I'm sure Gudakish Moti is trying to lure him into that.
Oh, yours, Mort. Swing back.
Again, use of the feet produces no run. 107 for 5.
Still a trail, 55 runs for Bangladesh.
Another beautiful day here in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as this first test match continues. Just getting a little too straight in his line. Kemar Roach.
You're right. You can run to Craig. Bobby the doctor.
Usually find Bangladesh batsmen being very strong off the front foot. Kemar Roach might be thinking about pulling that length back a bit. Like that. Exactly what he wanted. Another shot away from the body produces a wicket for the West Indians.
Yeah, got out similar fashion in the first innings. Hassan Joy just going at a delivery outside his off, being lured into a shot. He'll be disappointed. Got a start, but didn't carry on. Mahmoudul Hassan Joy goes for 42. Bangladesh 109 for 6.
Nurul Hassan, the new batsman, follows the departure of Mamadul Hassan Joy. Kemar Roach, the bowler, just pulling that length back, getting the ball to move away slightly. And again, a vertical bat shot being employed. That delivery had enough width for the cut shot to be played. Liton Das as well played a similar shot away from his body when he should have been cutting the ball. So that will be a concern for Coach Russell Domingo going forward. Playing a miss first up. He continues to pose problems for the Bangladesh batsmen.
First ball, he was nicked off for 2 runs, a fuller line delivery. He has come back, Kemar Roach, in this over with 2 very good balls. One a wicket-taking delivery just on the off stump. Another opportunity created. So again, this is the line that he will want to bowl most of his deliveries.
Earlier I spoke about the high percentage of batsmen being caught in the slip and behind the wicket. At this venue, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, just about 30% of batters go via that route. Once again, similar trend happening in this innings.
But you mentioned, Darren, just the shot selection, almost going half-heartedly, getting their bat in an uncompromising position to be nicked off. That cut shot is really a better option. Let's get a better balance and a better execution. It's something that Bangladesh will have to work on at the end of 46 on 109 for 6.
Going, Mort. Mort, yes, it's something for you here, Mort.
Bangladesh scorecard just represents what we were discussing. Everything so far has been in that slip region, wicket-keeper slip area, just 1 LBW.
That's it. That's one, John. That's one, Johnny. All right, Morty. All right, Morty. This one now have a clue here, Mort. How much time? Take one leg, please. 6. Guys, let's sit. Yeah. One leg, please. One leg. Time flies when you're having fun. Let's come back and touch for off stump. Thank you, sir. Toss. Oh, this man never clue what's going on. Just front foot for me, please. Oh, more. Catch it. Go ahead, Mort. Catch it, Moti. Get Zari. Zari, don't let him off.
But I like the pressure that Gudakesh Moti is creating from the opposite end. Just bowling in partnerships. Kemar Roach on one end, taking wickets, creating opportunities, and Gudakesh Moti on the other end, keeping things tight.
Of course, the West Indies, they have a very good record playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium since 2018. This is, of course, their 7th Test match since then. 2 wins, 3 draws, just 1 loss.
Catch it!
I just add to that W column at the end of this test. 112 for 6. Gudakesh Moti playing a supporting role to Kemar Roach. Moti 5 overs so far, just producing 7 runs, so pressure from the other end. And Kemar Roach, he's picked up 2. Again, evidence that to get wickets requires bowling in partnerships. Square leg in play now.
Yeah, this pair should just be trying to bat into that lunge period. Have discussions as to how do they go forward batting sessions. Still a trail of 50.
One Z. Easy.
Just a single. Well, it's an uphill task for Bangladesh, not only with the conditions and the quality of the West Indian bowlers, but stats as well. Doesn't play in their favor because the West Indies in test matches at home, when they've taken a 150+ lead in the first innings, that has happened in 63 instances. They've won on 45 of those 63 instances. They've never lost.
Don't mind it, Rochi. Go in slider, work in slider.
Just about 2 minutes to the lunch interval. Might just get another over in before the break. End of the 48 over, 113 for 6. So one more over before the lunch break. Captain Shakib Al Hassan on strike.
One, Jaden.
Hasn't really been able to dominate the bowling, Shakib Al Hassan, but he will continue to give Bangladesh hope once he's out there in the middle.
Take one leg, please. Up, please, sir. Thank you, sir.
Still feel he should be batting higher in this Bangladesh lineup. Shakib Al Hassan. And I say that because of his skill as a batsman and what he's produced in Test match cricket. He averages close to 40. I also think as a batsman, it's easier for you to control the situation as against respond to a crisis.
Yes. Now, AJ, now, AJ.
At the moment is a bit of a crisis. Already having lost 6 wickets, he's under extra pressure.
And similarly, in the first innings, we saw Shakib once again just not taking a couple singles because he didn't want to put the other non-striker. He didn't want to give him or have him exposed.
Go ahead, Moti. Work it, Moti.
So there were singles that he refused. Unless it was 2 runs, then he went for those.
Oh, yes, Moti. Go ahead, Moti. Work it, Moti.
Then we also saw some very flourishing shots from him. Just trying to release that pressure.
Dot delivery to end the 49th over in the innings. It brings to an end this first session on day 3. 29 overs in this passage of play. 65 runs to Bangladesh, but more importantly, 4 wickets for the West Indians. Yeah, it's been a good over rate. West Indians, they've been able to control this session, and Phil Simmons and his think tank will be quite pleased.
Lunch break. West Indies and Bangladesh headed to lunch. Bangladesh 156. Shots balanced at not over 5.
All right, so things not looking too good if you're a Bangladesh supporter. Again, deficient in that first innings when they were shot out for 103. And here, 115 for 6. Their captain, Shakib Al Hassan, hanging on with hope. Nurul Hassan, his partner. But they lost their first 6 wickets already in this second innings.
For bases used, Gudakesh Moti not being successful just yet, or Jaden Seals, but Kemar Roach and Kyle Mayers have really been the picked up bowlers on this day 3. Picked up 4 wickets amongst themselves and given West Indies some much needed hope on day 3.
Yeah, Kyle Mayers again looking threatening with the ball. He's been the highlight of the West Indian bowlers. Kemar Roach, his experience coming to the fore. Him's 2 wickets. Hassan Joy showed good raw materials as an opening batsman for Bangladesh, but they require much more with the bat to keep themselves in this game. They're still 47 runs behind. At the lunch interval, we're going to have a break, and when we come back, we'll have some analysis.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium after the first session on this third day. Bangladesh 115 for 6. They came into the day at 50 for 2. Shakib Al Hassan is there on 5 and Nurul Hassan on 2. The wickets led by Kemar Roach with a couple. He's been outstanding once again. Alzari Joseph is 2 from yesterday. And Kyle Mears once again contributing with excellence, 2 for 16. It means then that Bangladesh are still trailing by 47 runs. They've only got 4 of their second innings wickets remaining. As the wind continues to blow across the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, happy to be joined by Samuel Battery and of course Sir Kirtley Ambrose. Just a reminder, one of the ends at which we're standing here named after the great man himself. The wind fluttering your jacket, which is always good to see you so sartorially splendid dressing. That first session and the wickets that fell, your assessment of it?
I thought that the West Indies bowlers were very disciplined. They bowled in good areas on a consistent basis, which is always so important. And the Bangladesh batsmen didn't do themselves any favors. You know, I think some of those dismissals were soft dismissals, but kudos must be given to the West Indian bowlers. They really bowled well in that morning session.
Sammy?
Yeah, I think Kyle Mears continues to demonstrate his skill with the ball, the ability to get that movement either side for the left-handed batsman away and then into him. This one coming back into Monimol Haq. We saw the previous dismissal taking the outside edge. So it really underscores the skill of Kyle Mears, and he continues to have an impact with the ball in Test match cricket. Not express pace, but very skillful, and that ability to nibble both ways than Kemar Roach.
Yeah, and Kemar Roach uncharacteristically getting wickets from pulling his length back. Usually he's so full.
Yes, I mean, he's an experienced campaigner, and he quickly recognized that, you know, he needs to adjust his length. And he did it magnificently and got a couple of wickets, and that's what experience does. You know, if you can assess the situation quick enough and make adjustments, you will be successful.
Yeah, he just continues to go on and on and on and climb that leaderboard or climb towards that 250 test wicket landmark. This young man, Joy, who played with such patience. Before we go to Kyle Mayers, just talk a little bit about Hassan Joy for me.
Very impressed with what he did in the second innings. Of course, in the first innings, he got a first ball, and not much you can do about that. But he demonstrated tremendous resilience and patience, not something that we often associate with Bangladeshi batsmen. So I think he really has potential, he has that ability, and we've identified that from him. Certainly one for the future for them. The way he carried about himself in this innings, I think the other batsmen can learn a thing or two from him. His dismissal, he'd be disappointed with going after that one, so too with Litton Das. So as Kirtley mentioned, a couple soft dismissals in there didn't help their cause, and it's something that they must improve upon if they are to make an impact in this series and in Test match cricket.
Yeah, away from home is a real challenge for them. Let's go to your special. Is it your speciality, seam movement? Or the boxer? No, but let's talk a little bit about Kyle Mayers, and you go in depth to me on what you've seen with his skill.
Now, a lot of people, talk about Kyle Mayers with a golden arm. Kyle Mayers is more than that. He's a skillful bowler, and I want to remind our viewers that many years ago, before he sustained that serious ankle injury, he was a front-line bowler who can bat a bit. So he has the skills, he knows what he's doing, he's not express pace, but he uses skills in and away from the batsman to his advantage. And that has been showing from quite a while now.
Sammy?
Yeah, like I said before, he has that ability to get that each-way movement, and sometimes that counts for more than just having raw pace. So this ability, this skill that he has been quite successful so far. We saw that spell against England in that final test that really changed the course of that series. And then in the first innings here, and he has that ability to pick wickets in the first over. He did that today again, the first over that he bowled. So when batsmen are vulnerable, he has the ability to get wickets, and it's something that has proven him well so far and will continue to be useful for the West Indies.
Yeah, it's interesting. Someone on social media asked the question if maybe because his batting average is dropping since that debut test match double 100, whether he should focus more on his bowling. Well, why can't he focus on both, really? And then over time it will take an effect on itself. Just about that Bangladesh batting, I want to go back to that again. We're seeing them being nicked off. Let's have a look at some of those dismissals in first and second innings and talk me through this.
Yes, Kirtley and I were talking about it off air a bit. That tendency to go hard at the ball and push at deliveries, and all of these guys, they seem to want to feel the ball on their bat as opposed to playing late and waiting for the deliveries. Some good bowling, mind you, some good assistance from the pitch as well, but that pushing at the ball and playing with hard hands is something that they'll need to work on, particularly in foreign conditions. Yes, it might work in flat pitches, but the moment that the pitch is offering some sort of assistance and you're getting that seam movement, they're going to find themselves into some problems.
I totally agree, because anytime you got a surface that's bouncing a bit, they're going to get nick off more often than not, because they go so hard at the deliveries. The experts would say, try to play the ball as late as possible under your eyes. They don't do that. Hence, they've been nicked off on quite a lot, and they need to work on that and play the ball a little bit later.
There's something to look at. They've always found themselves challenged here in the Caribbean. They won a test match in New Zealand, and winning in New Zealand is hard, not that long ago. So what does that suggest to us, that ability is there?
I think the ability is there, certainly. I don't think you can write them off totally. They have demonstrated that, like you mentioned. I think it was some 11 years that they've been to New Zealand without winning a test match there. Their seam bowlers in helpful conditions, they were able to get the better of New Zealand, and their batsman, Mohamed Hassan Joy, got a 78 in that particular test match. So both with bat and ball, I think that the ability is there. I think what might be lacking more than anything is that belief. Sometimes when you don't win away from home often enough, you don't believe in yourself and believe in your teammates. So that might be an area of concern for them. But I think the senior batsmen, the senior statesmen in the team, they really need to step up. The Shakib, the Tamim, the Litton Das, these guys, they're missing, of course, Mushfiqur Rahim, another one of their senior statesmen. But the other guys need to step up. In a team like this, the experienced players need to show the way often enough and more consistently.
Is that possible, Kirtley, those sentiments, to do it quickly within the series?
Yes, they still got a long way to go. They got a second test match. They're basically out of this test match. it's going to be hard to do anything more for them. But I think that come the second test match in St. Lucia, well, of course, the pitch is different.
Right.
It bounces seam a bit.
Right.
So they must make that adjustment as quickly as possible, or else, if they play the way they play here in Antigua, they could find themselves in real trouble again.
And I don't want to make it sound for our viewers that the test match is finished. There are still wickets to be had now as we look forward to a post-lunch session. How do you see the West Indies? What can they do as well or better in that session?
Well, first of all, from a batting standpoint, we saw Shaki play a wild heave when he just came to the crease. In the first innings, he was ultra aggressive and got to 50. So it remains to be seen how he will play post-lunch on day 3 with the team in this situation. I would like to see them still fighting. It's all well and good to lose a test match, but the manner in which you lose is important for me anyway. So I would like to see that fight. From a West Indian standpoint, it's still about being disciplined. Yes, they have 6 wickets, it's 4 wickets to get, and you might have a tendency to just try to think and come and blow them away. It's not going to be necessarily easy. So I expect more of the same that we saw in that first session, that discipline and hitting those areas consistently enough and being patient.
Just a word on Gudakesh Moti.
He's very steady. He bowls in good areas. I'm quite impressed with that. The only thing I would say, though, maybe he needs to bowl just a little bit slower, give the ball a bit more time in the air, and entice the batsman to come at him. But apart from that, I think he's settling quite nicely and hope he gets first wicket.
All right, well, that is ahead of us. Thank you very much to Samuel. Thank you very much, Sir Kirtley. Much more to come in the post-lunch session here. But in a little while, we'll hear from a member of Cricket West Indies, Nelicia Yates, the general manager of the Coolidge Cricket Ground, where the academy will be based here for Cricket West Indies. So more from her. But first, a local boy, Devon Thomas, back in the international reckoning. We'll hear now about his development as a player and how he grew up. Not too far from here, actually.
Born in the shadow of the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, Antigua has a local hero on their hands. In the small village of Wickets on the Atlantic coast is where right-handed batsman Devon Thomas honed his trade.
It's a little of everything. Fisherman, you have football, mostly footballers. We have cricketers, but they never really represent Antigua like that. I'm the only one that represents West Indies on the Wickets. But a little of everything. It's fun people, you know what I mean? And we used to play beach cricket. So the beach is mostly my part of my growing up scene.
Whether on the beach or on the road, it was Devon's grandfather who recognised and nurtured his talent. His obsession with the game was transferred to Devon, whose pathway to the pinnacle of the sport was inspired by the greats of the game.
My inspiration there was my grandfather name is Cecil Thomas. He's from Wickets. He normally came here on the road to play because my friends always played on the road. He's the one that introduced me to the cricket. And then my grandfather, he wanted us to always watch cricket every morning. He always get up, watch West Indies cricket. He was a big fan of Carl Hooper. So yeah, I see Carl Hooper and Brian Lara and Shibnai Chandapal, Sarwan. Those guys gave me the opportunity to say that I could make it.
As a motivated youngster, Devon often worked at stadiums so close to his home. He learned and received advice from West Indian legends.
My first time was I was a room attendant. So the day when Chris Gayle made 3 against South Africa, it's 213, I can remember. So every morning I used to come early so I could have thrown him some balls. So I get the feel of it and hang of it. And I used to enjoy throwing some balls to Chris Gayle at the time. I was a big fan of Jack Callis, Kevin Peterson growing up. I normally be an aggressive batsman, Ricky Ponting. The big inspiration as well. So I base my cricket around those guys, the way how they play the cricket. They're more attacking batsmen. So I grew my cricket around that type of bat.
Then, the breakthrough, as he was selected for the under-19 squad.
It was a great experience, getting picked for the under-19 for West Indies. It was a poor moment to represent the West Indies. My first innings was a half century against South Africa. Wayne Parnell, he shot me on the helmet, so I remember that moment.
Now, the 32-year-old is on the cusp of earning his maroon cap after 12 years in the wilderness. Having plied his trade mainly as a wicket-keeper batsman, it was actually his bowling exploits that the selectors spotted, a weapon in his arsenal that he may have to revert to as he seeks his Test debut.
I always rate myself a bowler. As I said, I make myself my first get picked for Antigua as a bowler. I always like bowling. I always play a lot of wind ball bowling. I only turned keeper because of the keeper was injured. So yeah, I think I'm more mature now. The franchise field helped me a lot. Even playing in the T10, being around international players and stuff like that. 2019, I could say, that changed my approach, thinking I could make West Indies team again. I always talk to the senior guys, even international players, and they always say that the best cricket is red ball cricket. That could test your technique and stuff like that. So I always thinking about playing for West Indies in a Test cricket, and I haven't played my debut as well. So I was really focused on making a Test team. But I've been there in the dressing room and the camaraderie and stuff like that, and it was one of the best I've ever been to in West Indies cricket.
And as he joins the Maroon ranks, he will always be thankful and aware of the impact his involvement has of the Willikies stars of the future.
Just recently, Willikies just started playing their first cricket. We never really played cricket as much. I think a lot of youngsters now loving the game, start to play the game, so I think I have to give back to that.
Two and three powered up. Talking on them now, both of them at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm talking on radio stick. 3, 6, 2 and 3. Yes, I'm here next to the Betway Walton Dream Fulfilled sign. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is from Antigua. The Sir Vivian Richards ground in Antigua, West Indies. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is radio stick. 2, 3.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, where during this little lunch break we've had some analysis. You can hear the steel pan beating in the background actually, and of course it is Trini time. Trini's in the house because the steel pan was invented there. We've exported it to almost everywhere in the world, and of course Antigua Carnival is next month, as we stressed all along. So the rhythm section is in full works. And say Trini's in the house. Nalicia Yates is here with me, and she knows all about Carnival in Trinidad, born there. I'll take your passport away, but I won't do that today.
No, never.
Nalicia is the general manager of the Coolidge Cricket Ground, where, what, the home of West Indies cricket, would that be right?
The home of West Indies cricket, Coolidge Cricket Ground, men's, women, development, juniors, Coolidge Cricket Ground.
And in terms of the structure of that ground, it's had international cricket being played there, so it's ICC accredited?
Yes, it is. We had 6 sixes.
Yes, we did. It was right there as well. And it will continue in its development, obviously, for the academy and all of that, and continue, am I right, continue to host international matches?
Continue to host international matches, and also part of the redevelopment, we want to be able to host visiting teams as their training ground. So we want to rival with the Dubai Sports Center. We also want to attract baseball teams from the US to come to Antigua and Coolidge for your springtime training sessions. So the whole idea about the development is to create a high-performance center that would cater to all development phases of West Indies cricket, as well as attract international teams from other sporting bodies to come to the venue and train.
Just a little synopsis. It's hosted T20 internationals, women T20 international, World Cup matches, ICC under-19 men's World Cup, and CG United Super 50 as well. And of course, Kyron Pollard against Sri Lanka, 6 sixes there, as Nalicia alluded to. Talk to me a little bit about the prospects of that development that is going to take place there. Go in depth for me.
Yes. I'll start back. Our president's philosophy, West Indies first, on and off the field. So this was an off-the-field project. So we went out to market to get designers, architects, to redevelop the facility.
Right.
And the process was very robust. And we're so happy to appoint a collaboration of an Antiguan company mixed with a St. Lucian company and a UK firm. So truly West Indian first. And these architects come with a training in the hospitality industry, but more so in the development of sporting facilities, high-performance centers. And so you'll have a cross-transfer of knowledge, and also to upskill our regional architects in the whole process. So that was very important in the selection process. And the team really demonstrated that in their presentations.
What is there now? Many who have tuned in through television and technology across the world would have seen 1 or 2 domestic tournaments. They would have seen some of that international cricket that we've had there. But there is an athletic facility as it currently stands there now and all of that.
Not anymore. We have transformed the former gym into CWI headquarters.
Right.
So the intention is to build the high-performance center and add more. So very, very keen is that high-performance center for the academies. We spent some time talking to our coaches, our media people, our analysts, sports and science director, Jimmy Adams, have been very instrumental in sitting with me and the team and telling us what are the things that we must include in the design for this facility. Because it's very important. If we are to take West Indies cricket to the next level, we have to make sure we have all those facilities that are available for our players. Not just now, but the future.
So if you have that central facility, will there be a linkage across the region, the cricket playing region, to other maybe satellite academies?
Definitely, that's the intention. So we're the hub, and you would have the arteries in the other territories, so that the programs will be a seamless program. Not that you have one venue or one territory doing something and another. So it's important that we get it right at Coolidge, so that when it goes out to the other territories, it's one seamless process, all channeling for the betterment of West Indies cricket.
I'm always fascinated to find out what is involved in the curriculum at high-performance centers and academies around the region, because so many fans and stakeholders of West Indies cricket want to know if it's holistic development, whether there'll be academic work involved, or whether it's just a cricket-based sort of curriculum. What are your initial thoughts?
Holistic. It has to be holistic. it's not, you know, your performance on the field starts before. So we can't just focus on what's going to happen on the field. We have to prepare you for when you get to that level. So the whole approach has been a holistic one, which is why it is not a top-down approach to what the design is. It's a bottom-up. So we're talking to the individuals who have a vested interest. So that's the approach we have taken with this project.
I know you'll have a team that is working with you. How much of a challenge has this been, first-hand knowledge for you?
Well, you know, I've always been thrown into the deep end and told to swim back, and I can't really swim, but strategically I can.
Right.
And it's one where you have to talk to the right people,
right,
and you have to listen. And that's what we have been doing, listening. So that's how we manage to get over those hurdles and understand what they want. It's not what I want, or it's not what the president or the chairman. It's what cricket requires, and the people who can tell us that are the people who are directly involved. So it was very important for the design team to meet with Coach Simmons and his coaching staff, to meet with Graham West from a high performance center, to talk to director Jimmy Adams, to talk to Dr. Gulston, talk to the media personnel, you know, because in addition to the high performance center, we're also looking at building a multiplex, which is a media center. And as you know, we're experimenting right now with the broadcast facilities.
Right.
So on Tuesday, the team came and they spent some time talking to the director of Whisper. And we intend to go and visit their studios because we want to get it right. This is a big investment, and you can't put out that kind of energy and get it wrong. So it's a lot of collaboration and education. We have to talk to the right people.
The right people, as you alluded to a little bit earlier, include those sponsorship partners.
Definitely. And they will also be part of the conversation because, you know, from my previous experience, I know what are some of the requirements, where some of the things that we would have faulted on from a sponsorship perspective. But again, things have changed, and you have to go with the time, so you have to talk to everybody to get it right.
Cricket West Indies, and we here are lucky to have you on board leading this charge. Thank you very much for enlightening us on what lies ahead. We eagerly anticipate its fulfillment. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ian. I appreciate it.
All right, Nelicia Yates, the general manager of the Coolidge Cricket Ground, just to remind you of how this test match is panning out here. Bangladesh 103, West Indies 265, and 115 for 6 for Bangladesh. They're 47 runs behind. Mears and Roach and company have been outstanding, and they'll rekindle the love affair with this pitch here after the break. On the other side, live action in the sunshine. We love being here in Antigua.
Welcome back to the Antigua Recreation Ground. It's Vivian Richards Stadium, and the match summary for this, the first test in the Padma Bridge Friendship Test Series presented by Walton. Bangladesh at the moment still 47 runs behind. At the moment 115 for 6, batting the second time around. Highlights of this first session on day 3. Shanto with a couple nice strokes. He looked in control. And then Kyle Mayers found the outside edge. And it was the first wicket of the morning. Just opened the account again for the West Indies in terms of wickets. John Campbell making no mistake in that first slip position. There was a chance for a run out. Direct hit upon review showing that the batsman was home. Mominul Haq, the former captain, just getting in time. And this was the 4th wicket. Again, Kyle Mayers showing his skill, bringing the ball in to the left-handed batsman. Mominul Haq reviewed. And evidence that it was just going on to clip the leg stump. So further trouble for Bangladesh. Litan Das left one, shouldered arms. It was quite close. It was reviewed by Craig Brathwaite. It was just going over the top of the stumps. He got away with that one. Litan Das, the informed Bangladesh batsman, played some nice strokes, quick to pounce on that short delivery. That was a beautiful cover drive. That got him 4. Hassan Joy as well was quite composed. They got a nice partnership going before Kemar Roach intervened. As customary, he knows the conditions here. He found the outside edge. And Kyle Mayers completed the catch. Joy soon followed, playing a similar shot, ill-advised, playing away from his body, a little bit of away movement as well. Kemar Roach found the right length. And Joshua De Silva continued with his fine effort behind the stumps. So again, this second innings batting effort compounds the problem that Bangladesh are facing in this series. Their batting a major concern. 115 for 6. Still some hope with their captain at the crease, Shakib Al Hassan, but they still remain 47 runs behind. Kemar Roach would have had a chance to get some rest, reboot, and get ready for this second session on day 3. Russell Domingo, the coach for Bangladesh, would have spoken about what transpired in that first session on day 3. Quite a few of the batters are playing away from their body. Atta Ali Khan, they should get it right in this second session.
Tough job, Darren Ganga. Very tough indeed. The youngster was impressive, Mahmudul Hassan Joy, who faced 60 deliveries yesterday, 93 today, and then just chased a wide one. It has been the case for the top order in the first inning and also in the second innings. He was the one who looked to put up a serious fight, and that fight will need to be repeated from this pair in the middle. Shakib Al Hasan and Nurul Hasan.
Still a very attacking field deployed by Craig Brathwaite. 4 slips in play. How often have we seen this from Kemar Roach?
And the Bangladesh players growing up playing on flat surfaces, nearly nicking that one. It's not easy, but it has been difficult, very difficult. One can understand, but there the need to adapt and adjust. In this field, he wants a single. Poor throw over the top of the keeper. What goes through the batter's mind, Darren Ganga? Knowing that the surface and the conditions are difficult, but you still have to manage it. You are a professional, you're one of the best. That's why you're representing your country.
Yeah, very late he decided to call his partner for the single. Luckily he was sent back. Ball moving away at the last moment, so not easy at all given the skill that Kemar Roach has.
Late movement. It just keeps on going away from Nurul Hasan. It looked like that on a couple of occasions in this very first over after lunch. Could have easily nicked it.
Well, there are a couple of things that you got to take into consideration as a batsman in Test match cricket. One, it's your ability, that technical ability. You must have confidence in that. You must trust your defense. You must know what your strong areas are. And then you've got to match that with the conditions and the opposition bowlers before you. If you look at this venue, it's a venue that offers a lot more for the fast bowlers. So you've got to devise a plan, given everything that I just mentioned. At the end of the day, it's about scoring runs, reading the situation, knowing exactly what your team requires, and slowly taking control of your innings. There are times when you need to respect the bowlers more. Cannot play on a miss. And there'll be times when you can cash in terms of run scoring. 115 for 6. Craig Brathwaite starting this post-lunch session with his 2 most attacking bowlers. Mayer's 2 for 10 in his first ball in that first innings. Already 2 for 16 from 8 overs in this second innings. Confident appeal. Again, the angle from round coming into the left-handed Shakib Al Hasan. Will Craig Brathwaite review? Yep, he goes for it.
Yeah, I had 2. It was outside off. I had 2.
No decision is not out. It's a fair delivery, as I've already seen. Can we have a look at front on, please? Okay, just rock and roll there. Roll it through again. Okay, let's have a look at Ultredge. Does look like there is daylight there, but we'll confirm that with Ultredge, please. Okay, we've got a flat line, all the way through to the pad. No bat involved, so we can go to ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, pitching outside off. Impact outside 3 meters. So we'll go back to Joel on field to stay with his original decision. Joel, you're on screen now. Please signal not out.
Another very good decision by umpire Joel Wilson. Just one review remaining for the West Indies.
I think it's also high time for Bangladesh to produce bouncier pitches back home in domestic competition, which will give the players hone their skills. Playing in low and slow surfaces, coming from that background, and all of a sudden in this kind of conditions. Beautifully bowled, beautifully bowled. What a delivery. It's not easy.
Wow. Speed gun says 122 kilometers per hour. That's been the average speed we've seen from Kyle Mayers, but one seemed to zip through a bit quicker than normal. Hitting the seam and going through Shakib Al Hasan.
Bangladesh lost 2 wickets yesterday, losing 4 more in the first session. Just going back to Mahmudul Hasan Joy, Darren Ganga. You like what you see?
Of course, at 21 years old, he looks the part. As an opening batsman, he knows exactly where his off stump is. He looks very organized as a player. He was able to see off the new ball, which is your primary role as an opening batsman in Test match cricket. Technically, he looks sound. Looks as though he's balanced to scoring through the offside, through the onside. That should be 4. That's the hallmark of Shakib Al Hasan's batting at this level. Doesn't miss out on a loose delivery. 4 to end the over, 119 for 6.
Yeah, even though the team is struggling, but you cannot afford to miss opportunities to pick up runs. It's a very good shot. Full and a lovely drive through the covers. It's just a punch.
Well, the last over was an opportunity for the West Indians to pick up another wicket. There was an inside edge. Kyle Mayers didn't really appeal confidently. Neither did Craig Brathwaite go for the review.
Similar kind of dismissal were on offer when and Kumar Bona edged it. And nobody appealed. it's a very thin line, isn't it? Because it's a very, very thin edge. Difficult for the fielders around to hear the edge.
Look at that again. Last over off the inside edge and then on to the thigh. There was an appeal by Joshua De Silva. Not so confident though. Just to finish my comments on Mamadou Hassan Joy. This is his 7th test match. He already has a test match century, which you alluded to earlier. He's got 2 half centuries, so already producing the goods in terms of runs at the top of the innings. Got 42 today in difficult circumstances. Now before more good use of the horizontal bat shot. We haven't seen a lot of this type of shot from the Bangladesh batsman.
Yeah, he drove one in the previous over. He's an experienced campaigner. He's a class act, one of the top all-rounders. And as we see him one more time, picking up the length very quickly and knew exactly where to put it away.
Hit that! Hit that!
Of course, 51 from 67 in the first innings, scored by Shakib Al Hassan. He scored many of those runs cutting the ball. It's one of his strengths as a batsman.
Again, coming back for the second good running. Was certainly a bit surprise for me to see him come at bat at number 7. Yes, there was the night watchman in earlier yesterday, but I thought he could have come up before Liton Kumar Das. He usually bat before Liton. If you do come late down the order, but then you don't have too many players around with you.
Firm push down the ground for a single to end the over, 129 for 6. Top score 42 for Hassan Joy.
Oh, get there.
And also the fact that they're missing Mr. Dependable, Mushfiqur Rahim. Tons of experience for him, and Shakib plus Tamim Iqbal. Remember, Tamim started well in both the innings. So it's important, so very crucial. Now he's taking guard and standing outside the crease. We've seen that happening when Nazmul Shanto was batting earlier on.
Gets it through.
Now skull.
Runs flowing for Bangladesh. They trail by just 30 runs now.
Yeah.
He also has more than 4,000 runs in first-class cricket. Nurul Hassan, man on strike. And he'll be hoping that he can stay on. Now the wicketkeeper has come up behind the stumps, knowing that he was staying or batting outside his crease. Not anymore.
John, can I go too wide?
Keeper up.
Working Dapper, keep going Dapper.
I was talking about Mushfiqur Rahim. Is right at the top of the table in terms of the leading run scorers, missing out in this series, deciding to go for the Holy Hajj pilgrimage. Tamim Iqbal also going past 5,000 runs. Lovely delivery. And you need experience, especially in test match cricket. With the kind of form Mushfiqur Rahim was in, picked up 200s in that series against Sri Lanka, would have been a quite handful.
Working Dapper. Going boys, working boys. Oh jeez. Bowled Dapper, very well bowled
The
Dapper.
outer half of the bat, Kalmez.
Working Dapper, working Dapper. Keep going there, boys.
West Indian bowlers will still need to exercise patience in this situation, despite having taken 6 wickets. Very good work by Joshua De Silva behind the stumps, keeping up. 132 for 6. Quite a number of people looking on at the ground. Many of you looking on from your respective devices. A little more defensive feel deployed for Shakib Al Hassan, who's not been afraid to play his shots. He's been measured, he's been selective.
Craig, Brathwaite probably feeling that what he's seen, the way he batted, especially in the first inning of this test match, Shakib Al Hassan likes to be aggressive. That's one of the reasons why they have fielders in the deep.
What it also does, it allows the West Indians to bowl more deliveries to Nurul Hassan, who is relatively new to the crease. You might feel a little more confident of getting him out as against Shakib Al Hassan, who's in good form. There you go, more attacking field. 3 slips. Ring through the offside.
Keeper!
Excellent work in the field from Raymond Reefer. And you must credit the West Indians too. Their out cricket, their catching of a very high standard in this test match.
He wanted the run. Nurul Hassan, Shakib not interested.
Starting with Joshua De Silva, 4 catches behind the stumps in that first innings. Already 2 catches in this innings. Opportunities in that slip cordon, they've been taken. Jermaine Blackwood and Krumah Bonner, Kyle Mayers, John Campbell, all joining in that fielding effort.
Yeah, there has been great support from the fielders to the bowlers. Remember, Bangladesh missed quite a few chances. And it just turns the game on its head. If you don't hold on to the chances, remember, Brathwaite was dropped while on not. He ended up scoring 94. Could have been a different story. That's why it's so very crucial to get support, especially from behind the stumps.
133 for 6.
Yes, Dapper. Very well bowled, Dapper. Very well bowled, Dap.
Seen from the Bangladesh top orders, poor shot selection in the first innings and also not learning and playing some loose shots in the second innings to get dismissed.
Oh yes, yeah, buddy. Bowling, Dapper. Bowling,
It's the
Dapper.
challenge
That's you,
for
Dap.
yourself as a
Working,
batter
boys.
to ensure that
Keep
you
working at
stick
it,
to your
man.
basics and try harder
He's itching,
to grind
Dap.
it out in the
Working,
middle.
fellas.
Put a
Keep
high
at it,
price
boys.
on
Keep
your
working,
wicket.
lads.
You will get a good delivery. But once you play a poor shot to get out, then people will be asking questions.
Oh yes, one. Working, Daps, me jokes.
What doesn't help is the fact that the West Indians have been spot on with their bowling efforts, both in the first innings and here in the second innings, and more so even after lunch.
Going, Daps.
Although they have control of this test match, they continue to persist with discipline. Evidence of that excellent bowling post-lunch. Roach with that away movement to the right-handers.
Working, Dap.
Kyle Mayers ever so often hitting the seam, using his variations, extracting swing and movement.
No, everything is an outside edge, boys.
With both bowlers operating from either end, that's pressure. No release for these two out in the middle.
Yeah, it's about consistency in terms of the areas that you need to bowl over and over again. And if you could do it from both ends, then there will be pressure on the batter.
Keep working there, boys.
The ability, the skill to swing and seam the ball.
Working, lads. Oh, jeez, on edges, Dapper.
There's that swing again coming into the right-hander. 134 for 6.
That's straight up.
First bowling change after lunch. Jaden Seals replaces Kemar Roach.
Bangladesh will be eyeing to get those 28 runs first, and the pair hoping that they do not get separated and try to go and bat for a longer period of time. Partnership 25 now.
Come on, boys, same 5 men. Go! Go on, JD. Working, JD. Keep going, JD.
Starts very well again. Jaden Seals, who is learning his trade. I was quite impressed the manner in which he spoke when interviewed at the end of day 1. When he spoke about his adjustment from white ball cricket to this test match and the fact that he had to push his length a little bit fuller given the above average moisture on the surface. Nicely played, reaching for it. And he gets 4.
His third boundary now, Shakib Al Hasan. Knows exactly when there is an opportunity, he pounces on it. That has been the key feature of his batting. Bit of a footwork not going in his favor. Again, just leans into it.
Yeah, and it's about adapting to the conditions. Of course, Jaden Seals was a little bit fuller in that first day. The conditions on day 3 requires that length to be pulled back a bit. Kemar Roach make that adjustment and produce 2 wickets. He will have to follow suit. Also saw Jaden Seals play in the Lanka Premier League. He took the opportunity to play in subcontinental conditions. One of the things that he wanted to achieve in that tournament was to get the experience of bowling in surfaces that didn't have a lot of green, live grass. Playing against subcontinental batsmen. So he has that experience in his database, which will serve him well. 138 for 6.
here. Yes. Oi. Onde acha que ele fez eu?
Man affectionately known as Dapper, as you can hear from Joshua Da Silva behind the stumps.
Oh, yes. Working up. Working up.
Partnership of 29.
That's me, Dukes.
Shaki much more the aggressor in the partnership.
Oh, yes, Dapper. Very well.
Still
Dapper.
doing a
Very
little
well
bit, Curtly
Dapper.
Ambrose. Good afternoon to you.
Keep working, boy. Keep working, Dapper.
Good afternoon, Bish. Certainly is seeming about a bit.
Go, boys.
And
Come
of
on in,
course,
boys. Working,
the odd
boys.
one is keeping low here and there, which can be a bit of a challenge for the batsmen. But the bowlers would relish the conditions. Bangladesh at 138 for 6, still trailed by 24. They would want to wipe that 24 runs off, which means West Indies will have to bat again. The question is what the target will be.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I might have dead. Good thing he hit that.
In such a wonderful comparison of his deliveries. In swing, and previously the scrambled seam that left the bat straightened and then followed by the in swing again. And with Joshua Da Silva standing up to the stumps, Nurul has to be very aware of one falling across and where he's standing to negate swing. Joshua Da Silva went back, so he's walked down the pitch.
I know it's basically a flat surface at the moment, Bish. Kemar isn't express pace, but maybe, just maybe, one or two short deliveries just to put something in the batsman's mind. .138 for 6.
Go, boys. Hey, move around, man.
Seals round the wicket to Shakib. Lovely flowing drive once again. And the boundary. Shakib has played beautifully.
Plays some lovely shots since he came to the crease, and that was one of them. Advanced down the track and stroked it exquisitely through the offside for 4. He's one of those players who always look to score quickly. Sometimes can be rash, but generally a good player.
One of the things he's done so well during the innings, controlled apart from an early shot, a hoik, is get down the pitch at the seam bowlers, more so than Nurul Hassan. Reds are Shakib, so you can see how far forward and how often he's gotten forward. Nurul did it occasionally, as we saw in the last over against Mays. Perhaps have to get thought of Alzari Joseph back into the attack pretty soon.
Had a lovely spell yesterday evening where he picked up those 2 quick wickets. No success for him yet today. Already taken 5 wickets in the match. Just drying his hands during the Seals. There's something seemed to happen to his nose, maybe.
Heard Chris Gaffney asking if he was okay. I think there was a little speck of blood on his shirt as he used his t-shirt to wipe away his nostril area. He says he's okay to Chris Gaffney.
He's not happy about something there, Bish. Don't know what it is.
Point drops down to deep point.
No.
5 off the over, 144 for 6.
Working up.
Da Silva back up to the stumps.
One. Slide, Craig. Working, Dapper.
You never had a keeper standing up to the stump to you, Bish.
Working, Dap.
No, correctly. No. I'm just wondering where you're going with that question.
I'll tell you in a minute. I remember playing against Australia.
Working, Dapper.
I think it was in Grenada some years ago.
One more.
On a very, very slow and low surface. And Darren Lehman, he scored 100 in that game, a one-day game. Jimmy Adams, who is now the director of cricket for CWI, was the wicket keeper. And Darren
boys.
Lehman
Come on,
was
boys.
batting out of his crease.
Edged on that onto the keeper's gloves, but 4 more.
That is one of the dangers of keeping up to the stumps. If he was standing back, that would have been an easy catch. So you got to give and take. Yes, the face tells it all. Should have been back.
Silver asking if it didn't hit his arm, if it would have gone to John Campbell. Movement again.
Just to finish my story, Bish. So Jimmy Adams ran up to me and asked if you want me to stand up, you know, so it could push Lehman back into his crease. Well, of course, you know the answer, Bish. I mean, the pride thing and all that. Can you imagine Darren Lehman stumped Jimmy Adams bowled Curtly Ambrose? I just kindly said to him, no, it's okay, you stay where you are.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Working, Dapper.
150 came up, by the way, for Bangladesh.
One. Working, Dapper. Keep going, Dapper. Working, boys.
Just a reminder to viewers that the batters have been walking down the pitch to try to negate Carl Mears' movement, and that's why the silver has been standing up. .150 for 6.
Keep going, man. My hand straight to John.
Bangladesh trailing by 12. More runs. The angle round the wicket choked Shakib uncomfortably.
It was a good delivery. The extra bounce as well. Could have easily gone to the slip cordon. Played it well in the end. Shakib Al Hassan, the Bangladesh skipper.
It's the best partnership in the match for Bangladesh. Previously, the opening partnership in this innings stood at 33, 44 now between Shakib and Nurul. Deficit now into single figures. Great concern for Bangladesh cricket is the form, well, certainly in Test cricket, the form of their former captain, Mominul Haq, whose average has been dropping like an anchor in the last 9 or 10 Test matches. Good delivery, live there, sequence it right there.
Still a bit of bounce in the surface. And even though this ball is into the 60th over, still see quite a bit of bounce and see movement as well.
I think time for Alzari Joseph, really. Two wickets yesterday for him, no impact today in his initial spell from the Sir Andy Roberts end. But I go back to a spell he bowled against England earlier this year here on a very flat surface that was devoid of movement. I mentioned at the time it was a good benchmark for him to launch forward. Anything of the like on this surface will bring more reward. 153 for 6.
Well, you called it correctly, Bish. Alzari Joseph is now back into the attack. He has switched ends. He's now coming from the Kurt Yambu's end. Would want to build on those 2 wickets that he took yesterday.
And they've got a couple of options here for Alzari Joseph, the fastest bowler in the West Indies squad. Without Shannon Gabriel, who can have been used as an enforcer, he becomes the man that can either hit a hard length or use his short ball, or a marriage of both.
That was the beauty by wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Good delivery from Alzari Joseph to start the slide. And then a more regulation, an easier one to Kyle Mayers at first slip. Those were the 2 wickets that was taken by Alzari Joseph yesterday.
Yeah, on average speed, the quickest bowler in the match. One of the things they said to him yesterday was to just let yourself go, just run in and bowl quickly. Not to bowl like a spray gun, but give it everything, turn up the tempo. I'm sure that'll be the same conversation today again.
AJ, come on, boys. Still building our vibe, man. Still going at it, boys. Patience and discipline, man. Partnerships allowed. Work hard, boys.
Now going around the wicket to the left-hander, Shakib.
Run. Go in, AJ.
Whenever the captain is on strike, they tend to spread the field quite a bit, Bish. I'm not so sure if I'm in total agreement. If you want to take his chances and go over the top, let him do so. You're still in control of this game.
Nice shot to end the over. Half volley treated with the type of stroke play deserves. 160 for 6, the 50 partnership, first of the game for Bangladesh. 160 for 6.
And that's the 50-yard partnership between Shakib Al-Hassan and Rowan Hassan, coming in 94 balls, 6 fours, with no sixes. 50 partnership between Shakib Al-Hassan and Rowan Hassan.
A good partnership, the best in the match for the visitors. And is the captain involved once again, half century in the first innings. And he's found a solid partner in Nurul, who's played with great circumspection after an initial flurry by Shakib. He settled in more diligently. Two catches at short extra cover.
Only trailing by 2 runs, Bangladesh. And the prized wicket of the captain, Shakib, is what West Indies would like to take at this point. Apart from that wild swipe very early on, he has batted solidly. Well, you can take us to that one, Bish. But that's the way he plays. There's always a time where he just have a go. Got away with it this time.
West Indies have a number of options available to them. Not that they'll have to utilize all unless this partnership, which has gone so well, continues to flourish. We've seen Kyle Mayers, we've seen the frontline seamers, we've seen Gudakesh Moti, Raymond Reefer is quite a good utility player. Jermaine Blackwood fancies himself as a bowler too. And Kemar Roach has been working on his leg spin all through the test match in the morning. Started out his young career in Kemar Roach as a leg spinning all-rounder, and he's bowled less and less in recent years of senior men's cricket. Blackwood is always joking with his captain that he tells him to warm up and he keeps him warming up for long durations without throwing the ball his way. West Indies will have to bat again. Deficit erased. And runs flowing post-lunch, 165 for 6.
And is now 3 runs in the lead. Bangladesh have just surpassed West Indies deficit. Now 3 runs in the lead.
Blue Waters drinks break.
Shakib Al-Hassan getting some treatment, just loosening that back area. This partnership, the best so far for Bangladesh in this game, 56. Good confident strokes from the captain, particularly through the offside. Full phase of the bat on most occasions. He's been a wonderful performer for Bangladesh. A couple streaky boundaries as well, but some confident one from Nurul Hassan. Not afraid to put bat to ball. 100 deliveries for that partnership of 56. At the moment, Bangladesh are ahead by 3 runs. Much improved showing the second time around after having been dismissed for 103 in the first innings. Al-Hassan unbeaten on 36, got a half century in the first innings. West Indies still trying to find a wicket in this post-lunch session. It's been 13 overs post-lunch, 50 runs scored, no wickets. So it's been a good session for Bangladesh. Shakib did go off the field when Bangladesh were fielding. Had some work done on his lower back. Gorakesh Moti, the man on debut, yet to get his first wicket in Test match cricket. 6 overs, been economical, consistent, hasn't been able to get his first just yet. He'll be operating from the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. Alongside me, Atar Ali Khan. Atar, a very good first hour after lunch from Bangladesh.
Your time, Mot. Your time, Mot.
Absolutely. Shakib Al Hassan in that time of those after lunch, 13 overs, they've managed to go 50 without losing a wicket.
Oh, get it, that's.
Shakib coming into bat at number 7 when Mahmudullah Hassan Joy got dismissed at the score of 109, but he's found an able partner. I think it's more important for someone like Noor Hassan to spend some time in the middle with Shakib Al Hassan. Shakib, we mentioned earlier on that he already picked up a 50 in that low score of 103 in the first inning in this test match. But he's playing his part also. Noor Hassan, unbeaten on 21. Bangladesh would have wished that similar kind of partnership, if it had come earlier in this innings, would have been even better.
Yes, absolutely. Those partnerships early on really set things up and gives the batsmen to come confidence. It also wears down the opposition bowlers and fielders. Cut away majestically by Noor Hassan. Gets himself a boundary.
Yeah, we spoke about the way he has batted. And it's probably one of his best shots that he has played off the back foot and crashed it through the covers. 4th boundary in his innings of 25. And looks a good player.
This pitch not really offering much assistance for the spinners. Yes, Mehdi Hassan picked up 4. Bowling his off spin. A couple of those were the outside edge of the right-handed batsmen who were playing for turn.
Oh!
Shakib retains the strike. 172 for 6.
Gentlemen, there's been a bowling change from Mr. Andy Robertson. Alzari Joseph will be bowling.
It's been cloudy all this week here in Antigua. No sign of rain, so good weather for Test cricket. Alzari Joseph wrong the wicket. Changes ends now to the Sir Andy Roberts end. I'm at a lead now of 10 Atar. They've avoided an innings defeat. Jermaine Blackwood was mentioning yesterday about the disappointment from a West Indian standpoint. That collapse, they lost 7 wickets for 68 runs. And they would have wanted to get much more, many more runs. to avoid batting a second time. As it is, they'll have to bat again.
And thanks to this partnership between Shakib Al Hasan and Noor Hassan, ensuring that they go on to take a lead. There's still a lot of hard work to be done. They need to carry on in an organized way to ensure that these two bat more. It's been very good. Anything short and wide has been cut off. So two more. It has been noticeable, especially when Shakib Al Hasan has been on strike. Hasn't missed opportunities to pick up runs. And the moment he gets an opportunity, he never shies away. Always finds the gap. He got a bit of a treatment earlier on. I hope he's okay. The skipper leading from the front. 50 in the first innings, 40 now in the second innings.
Very good through the offside. Shakib was mentioning that in the first innings he went off the field for a bit of treatment. And during the drinks interval as well, he got a bit more, that lower back region. Hopefully he's okay. Whilst they're staring down the barrel at there's so much cricket left in this series. Another test match followed by 6 white ball games. So whatever bit of psychological edge you can get individually and collectively as a team, you want to grab that. These are the matches to come. The second test in St. Lucia in a few days' time, followed by the T20 International Series. 3 games there. And then 3 ODI games all being played in Guyana. The ODI games, that is. 175 for 6. Identical figures for Joseph and Seals in the first innings. All threes, 3 for 33. Mayers and Roach with 2 wickets in the second. Gudakesh Moti to continue.
None. Working, Mots.
And it will also be very important to see how he goes from here on, Shakib Al Hasan, in terms of his fitness, because he's played such a big part in white ball format also. So you really don't want to miss out on the services of someone like Shakib Al Hasan. One thing good for Bangladesh, the man on strike, Noor Hassan, is also in the white ball format.
Oh, Moti boy.
So you'll have a good look at what
my 20 man.
is an offer in terms of the opposition bowling attack and also the surfaces.
Oh!
Yeah, more so the surfaces. Getting used to the conditions here.
Come on, fellas.
There'll be different personnel coming in for the West Indies team in the white ball format.
Catch it, Rochi.
Over the top. A wonderful strike. Just one bounce. over the rope for Nurul Hassan.
But it looks like they enjoy taking on Godakesh Moti. And the moment he's tossed up, he's not afraid to go aerial. Mid-on, no problem. One bounce to the fence. Just started to grow in a little bit more confident now, both the batters.
Yes, Moti. Let him do it again.
Much better delivery from Godakesh Moti. Nurul Hassan seems to like to stand beside the ball to access that offside.
Catch it, boy.
And when it's close, he will go over the top. 180 for 6. Partnership has grown now to 71. Captain once again showing the way with the bat. Interesting feel. Just the gully. And it's 45 the leg side. Might be looking to target with the short deliveries. Takes it on, gets a single. It seemed to be the plan now for Shakib, for Alzari Joseph. Let's see what they do to the right-handed Nurul Hassan.
It has been a very good effort, especially from the spare. And also in terms of how many overs they faced in this inning, 65.1 so far. Double in compared to the one that they faced in that first innings, 32.5. So it's been a good fight back. Good recovery. Second innings have been good for Bangladesh. It needs to get better.
And forward short leg gully. And a deep forward square for the right-handed Nurul Hassan, as well as a very fine leg on the onside. So it seems as though the plan will be to get those short deliveries at him, at both of them. Alzari Joseph, the fastest bowler in this West Indies team. So he's been given this job. He needs to get it up. In the gap, wonderful shot. Very well controlled from Nurul Hassan. Picks himself another boundary.
He played a very good shot in the previous over of the spinner Moti. And as you rightly mentioned, more of a controlled pull shot. He's moving away to the leg side. And then knew that he was in business. There are two men in the deep.
Inside edge, maybe. Let's have a look. No discussions really to talk about, but he did move away early. Nurul Hassan, I don't think that Brathwaite is going to review, but he's making that movement to leg, perhaps to access the offside where there are acres of space. But a good delivery from Alzari Joseph, just nipping back in.
Yeah, the previous one was a short one, and then he realized that he need to pitch it up. Oh, lucky. Very lucky. Yeah, just getting the top of the pad. Maybe, just maybe, missing the leg stump.
Yeah, just the outside portion of that pad. Yeah, I think it would have missed the stumps anyway. Didn't appear to have any bat. You can see how far leg side of the ball he was there, Nurul Hassan. So an interesting approach.
Yes.
This is what the short ball can do. 186 for 6.
There you go, boys. Still at it, boys.
Flicks the pad. Front pad. Doesn't seem to make contact with the bat. Bangladesh have been scoring at a rapid rate post drinks. They've scored 21 in the last 4 overs. Three boundaries in that 21. They're usually good players of spin as well, Asian batsmen. So Gudakesh Moti will have his work cut out for him.
Catch it!
Has protection in the deep backward square, long on, long off, and a sweep on the offside. But he also has some straight catches either side of the wicket.
Well, Moti. Keep going, Moti. Keep working, Moti.
Has a nice relaxed approach to the crease, Gudakesh Moti. Good control so far from what we've seen. Imparts some revolutions on the ball.
Well done, Craig. Craig, you are smart, boy. Craig,
Straight to the fielder.
Nurul Hassan Chauhan has been in good touch.
Smart man.
In that warm-up match, he scored 35. Prior to that, he played few list A matches where he picked up 100.
None.
Was man of the match. So he continues to show that he can handle the pressure. 186 for 6.
.24 runs ahead, Bangladesh. Had to wipe out 162 runs. Azari Joseph to continue from round the wicket. Again, might just be targeting a few short deliveries, leg gully, forward short leg, very square fine leg, and a square leg on the boundary. Takes on the short ball, Shakib.
Nola son, 28 years of age from Khulna.
So take one leg, please.
Played a couple of World Cups, the under-19 World Cups. In the year 2010 and 2012. And the year 2013 and 14, he broke through, making 489 runs in the National Cricket League, which is the first-class cricket tournament, averaging 81.50 with 2 centuries. But had to wait for an opportunity. Being a wicket-keeper, again nicely played. Remember, it was Liton Kumar Das who would have had an opportunity to keep the wickets if Mushfiqur Rahim had come in to play this series. He wouldn't have got an opportunity to get into the 11. Now he's been a fine batter and he's showing that he's got the skills and the temperament to score runs. Still a lot of work to be done, and it is also for any player, if they has an opportunity to bat with someone like Shakib Al Hasan, you just have to have a kind of a confidence knowing that Shakib is on the other end. I need to support him. I need to support my team, my country, working hard. Partnership of 79 now. It has been a good one, a fighting one.
And certainly every opportunity you get as a young player coming through to enhance your reputation. Obviously he has talent, that's why he's here. It's a matter of transferring that into performances.
Yeah, the problem for Bangladesh top order is the new ball. If you're looking at this particular test match, so they need to find a method to ensure that they do not lose too many wickets when the new ball is being operated. This is the 68th over.
Well watched by Shakib, 188 for 6. Shakib Al Hasan eyeing up another half century in Test match cricket. And looking to achieve successive half centuries in this game. You're absolutely right, Atar, that new ball. That is what has created the problems for Bangladesh, not only in this Test match, but in Test match cricket. Seem to have found a good young player in Mahmudul Hassan Joy. Tamim Iqbal has been there, done that for so many years. Of course, that middle order, 3, 4 and 5. Need to find a method, and it's not going to get easier in St. Lucia. Conditions are going to be challenging once again.
Yes, Moti.
Usually seamer-friendly conditions. Well-grassed pitch, lateral movement, bounce pace. So it's going to be another challenge.
And that's why it's so very crucial for the top order
Keep going, Mort. Work it, Mort.
to ensure that they see the new ball off. the openers. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh yes, Moti, very well bowled.
But if you
Moti.
don't
Working, Mots, keep going, Mots.
manage to hold on to your wickets, then it'll be the same story over and over again. That's where I would like to see that particular change from the top order. To be able to understand and roll
Working, Moti.
and ensure that you play to the merit of the delivery. There have been quite a few soft dismissal, which to be honest, I really don't want to see that happen from here on.
Go, Rochi. Now, Rochi.
2 is the call. Just 1. Shakib seemed to be struggling a bit. That should have been an easy 2.
Just to finish off on the point that I'm trying to make, and once you see the new ball off, once the ball gets older, batting gets easier.
Working, Mots.
Takes a single. 190 for 6. Wicketless session for the West Indies. Bangladesh should be very pleased with how this post-lunch session has transpired so far. Joseph to continue. Same field. And just to underscore that point about no wickets in this session. In the first session, 4 wickets fell. A couple to Kalmir's. Caught in slip. Money Mulhaq, LBW. Reviewed it, it was still hitting outside the leg stump. In there. Just wonder where that made contact. It might seem to be his helmet, Shakib Al Hassan. And we'll have to go through the concussion protocol just to make sure he's okay. Craig Bass was just cheekily asking if he's all right, but he's also asking, did you get glove on it? A good short delivery nonetheless from Alzari Joseph. This is the plan. Shakib went for it. Well directed. And straight to Nkrumah Bonner. Off the helmet.
Yeah, I do remember hearing Sir Curtly Ambrose mentioning that there needs to be a plan to pull short pitch deliveries. Because they've been batting with ease and that is struck straight onto the helmet. And it's come from the quickest of the lot from the West Indian bowlers. Looks to be fine. Kemar Roach, the other 2. Nicely caught in the slip. They've got literally everything. Again, and Joshua Da Silva, brilliant behind the stump. Yes, loose shot, chasing a wide delivery. Mahmudullah Sanjoy. One of the few blemishes in his innings, but he looked solid, didn't he? Mahmudullah Sanjoy.
He looked really impressive. But he needed to carry on, and I think it's a lesson that he would learn in terms of that soft dismissal like you mentioned. When you do all of the hard work, you've seen off the new ball, you've seen out the menacing bowlers, and when it became easier, concentration waned, and you gave your wicket away. Faced 153 deliveries. So excellent application and temperament, but just losing his concentration, and it would be something that he should learn from. You do the hard work, you make it count. At least should have converted to a half century and push on. But he's a young player. But this game can be unforgiving. When you're in, make it count.
Yeah, I thought what was impressive from Mahmudullah Sanjoy, he looks to bat time, 153 deliveries for his 42. And coming from a youngster who's only playing what, 7 test match, was wonderful to see. It's a learning process for any youngster getting into test match arena. He's kept on peppering him with short pitch deliveries. And he needs to learn quickly. This has turned out to be an excellent partnership. Lead by 28 now.
He's still in the embryonic stage of his career, Mahmudul Hassan Joy. And it's all about learning from all of your experiences.
And he's played in different surfaces. He's played in New Zealand, he's played in South Africa, now he's playing in Windies, West Indies. 78, 70 odd in New Zealand, 137 in South Africa, and it looked the part even today. $190 for 6.
Gudakesh Moti. Partnership continues to flourish. It's the highest partnership. Highest partnership of the match. Surpassing 63 in the West Indies innings. Hello, Stacey Ann King.
Hello, Bish.
Go ahead, boys.
This Spears is doing exactly what Craig Brathwaite would have done. Just wear down these West Indian bowlers.
Oh! Very well bowled, Mort. Very well bowled,
And wait for loose deliveries.
Keep going, Morty. Working, Morty.
Seem to be getting runs off.
Oh, Morty boy. Morty. Nice hit, Gudakesh.
It'd be a good opportunity to introduce other bowlers.
Working, Moats. Keep going, Moats.
Not just Alzari
Work
Joseph
hard,
or
man. Working,
Moti,
boys.
but there are other bowlers, Floyd Reefer.
Oh!
Just limbering up a bit.
Yeah, it's good from Nurul Hassan as well because he's got 1/2 century in Test match cricket. And that was against the West Indies right here in North Sound in 2018. He was a top scorer in the Bangladesh second innings. That same match they were dismissed and bowled out for 43 in the first innings. And so can he double up in his second outing here in North Sound 3-4 years later? 194 for 6.
Everybody loves him. Ah. Yeah.
All cues from Mr. Andy Roberts and Raymond Rico.
This partnership worth 85 runs. Real standout for this Bangladesh innings.
Couple of wickets in his previous Test match in New Zealand in 2017. 9 wickets in first-class cricket this season. But generally a steady performer across formats domestically. In white ball cricket, he can change his pace, bowl cutters. Just medium pace. Chance for Shakib to have his second half century of the game, which would mean 3 half centuries in a row in Test match cricket if he gets there.
Vai. Coisa, aqui. Touch it with one leg. Up plate. Thank you, sir.
Has it pitched on? Has it pitched on? It has to pitch wicket to wicket. That's the, I think, the only question. They go for the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery, as I've already checked. Can I have a look at front on, please? Okay, doesn't look to be any bat there, but can we have a look at ultra edge, please? Just waiting for ultra edge. Yeah, still waiting for ultra edge. Okay, we've got a flat line as the ball passes the bat all the way into the pad, please. Okay, we can go to ball tracking when ready, please. Okay, pitching outside leg. So we'll go back to Chris on field. Chris, I recommend you stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now. Please signal.
A review lost. Last of West Indies reviews. But it was a good shout. And a good ball, a quicker delivery from Raymond Reefer.
Really good umpiring as well, because it was marginal. Remember, the umpire has no idea about this tram line, so it's just a guide and judgment for him. I mean, that's what, an inch, half an inch. Terrific umpiring from Chris Gaffney. Because of that, now Nurul Hassan is walking down the pitch. De Silva won't come up to the stumps. Will he come up to the stumps? No.
But I like what Raymond Reefer is bringing as a left-arm seam bowler. Just that angle from over the wicket. He will get the ball to swing back. Hence the reason Nurul Hassan making advancement just to try and cut off that angle.
Long way down the pitch. And that's one of the benefits of walking at the bowler. 195 for 6.
An entertaining over. First over from Floyd Reefer. But again, just advancing Raymond Reefer. Yeah, just that advancement from Shakib Al Hassan.
Go on, Mort. Oh, yes, Morty. Working, Morty. Bond. Oh! Ball, Morty. Very well ball, Mort. Very well ball, Mort.
Pitched outside leg, and Nurul Hassan was a long way down too, so I think it would have negated the LBW even further, even if it had pitched on and was going on to hit. He was a long way down the track.
None. Working, Dapper. Working, Mort. ready when the bowler is ready, right? Okay? He's too quick. Still has to be ready when the bowler is ready. Okay?
196 for 6.
Just a match summary. Bangladesh leading by 34 runs. Shakib Al Hassan just one away from another milestone.
Second half century in the match for Bangladesh captain Shakib Al Hassan. 3 in a row in Test match cricket. And as he's returned to the leadership of his country, he's stamping his authority on the contest in the best possible way.
So one leg, please. Up, please, sir. Thank you, sir.
De Silva will have to consider going up to the stumps here because Nurul Hassan is walking down the pitch at Raymond Reef for almost every delivery now.
Sure, that's the conversation Craig Rathwood is having with him. This is his second over, Raymond Reefer. And he's creating opportunities. He's asking questions of these two batters. Again, just bowling in good areas. Just that extra pace. Ball seems to be skidding on.
Joshua De Silva is not going to go up to the stumps. One of the options available among several for Reefer is to go with the short ball at Nurul Hassan, maybe get Alzari Joseph behind square. Get the mid on around just a little bit. It's not great pace, but that doesn't stop you from being able to hit the ball halfway in the surface, get it up, and force the batsman to do something different. Now your keeper's going up. Reluctantly, Joshua Da Silva goes up to the stumps. Top shot. And an appropriate response from Nurul Hassan. This is a wonderful partnership. 92 now. .201 for 6.
Yeah, just showing his class as well, Nurul Hassan. Advanced previously, but he can stay back and play shots like this.
John, 7 minutes, and no sixes. Once again, that's 2 for Bangladesh.
Bangladesh 200 came up in that last over. 201 to a lead of 39.
Yeah, and Shakib won't be thinking yet. He won't allow himself to get out of the present in terms of dreaming about putting a total on the board that could challenge the West Indies. That will involve maybe batting out the rest of the day. Perhaps. They're speculating, but certainly wants to get to tea in a couple of overs, reassess from there. And if Nurul continues batting this way, you can see possibilities because the lead is quickly going to 44.
He just gets back into his crease and pulls into that vacant mid-wicket region.
Hit, Roach, keeper, keep. Oh, direct hit, boy.
A risky run. Shakib Al Hasan has been struggling. Good throw and good thinking by Kemar Roach to throw to his end.
Feel it dead there too? Effort.
You can see him just grimacing in a bit of pain, just a bit of discomfort. He was there safely.
Ball in, boy. Ball, Moti.
See that again.
Working, Moti. Keep going, Moti.
If that had hit the stumps there, Shakib's donut dip into the crease could have been costly. Anyway, the other thing that we will be looking at as a possibility, if they get to tea, this pair, after tea, the second new ball becomes available. So that is potentially another obstacle that they've got to overcome, Bangladesh. But the two Hassans have been quite remarkable. Partnership 99. $100 partnership? No. Nurul Hassan has run 1 all on his own. 208 for 6.
Yeah, good bongs and good carry.
#100 partnership between Shakib Al Hassan and Nurul Hassan. First 100 partnership of the match, highest partnership of the match for either side.
And that's the 100-run partnership. That's the 100-run partnership.
Can they go on to get a lead beyond 100? This will be the last over before tea. Wonderful partnership that has produced nearly 100 runs between lunch and tea.
It will all depend on this pair. Shakib Al Hassan 53 off 87. Well, Hassan 48, just 2 shy away from a half century of 105 balls.
Test matches and cricket games are never over until it's over, isn't it? You start thinking of possibilities when they get in at tea.
Yeah, I like the application of this pair, just to wear off and wear down these West Indian bowlers. When they got bad balls, full balls, over pitch balls, they distributed them for runs. They got 4s, they ran 2s. Shakib Al Hassan will need some treatment during that interval.
Does use the short ball to be advancing batter.
Working, boys. Come on here, boys. Working, Ray. Get one style. Get one style in that Empress too. Get the forward to the Empress, boys. Get one style. Stay here.
Wonderful partnership, wonderful batting. No wickets lost between lunch and tea for Bangladesh. First wicketless session of the test match. Brathwaite can manage a smile, but
Ladies and gentlemen,
he threw everything he had at Shakib. 95 runs in the session. The tempo was good and the volume scoring was good. Bangladesh showing resilience. And Shakib, the captain, leading from the front. 210 for 6. Second new ball will be due 4 overs after tea. Coach is happy. He'll start thinking of perhaps what can be. It's a long way off.
That 100-run partnership between Shakib Al Hassan and Nurul Hassan really standing out for Bangladesh during this period, post-lunch session.
Two wickets today for Kemar Roach. Alzari Joseph took his 2 wickets yesterday. Carl Mayers was impressive, picking up 2 for 30 today. No wickets for Jaden Seals. That will be frustrating for him. None for Gudakesh Moti and Raymond Reefer, although Reefer was probing. So Bangladesh with a lead of 48 and 4 wickets left. 2 set batsmen at the crease. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will have some analysis from the gentleman downstairs.
Got you. Just a little piece to stick this here. Welcome back to continued coverage of this first test. It has been a wonderful session for Bangladesh. Their captain, Shakib Al Hassan, leading the way admirably, unbeaten on 53. Nurul Hassan, the wicketkeeper batsman, unbeaten on 49, 210 for 6 on day 3. The bowlers for the West Indies, Kemar Roach picking up another couple wickets here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. 2 wickets for Alzari Joseph, and Kyle Mayers continues to make an impact with the ball. Well, this is where we are at this moment. Bangladesh 103 in the first innings. West Indies responded with 265 in their second turn. Bangladesh 210 for 6, ahead by 48 runs. Covers coming on to the field at the moment. It's been a bit of a sprinkle. It's been overcast all day, all 3 days. It's been cloudy here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. Nothing to be too worried about. I don't think that we'll be losing too much time. The umbrellas are out, and I'm always pleased to be here in idyllic Antigua. I'm always pleased as well to have alongside me 2 wonderful gentlemen, Atta Ali Khan, former Bangladesh international, Circuit Lee Ambrose, former West Indian fast bowler. Atta, if I can start with you, a wonderful session post-lunch for Bangladesh. You'll give them full marks, wouldn't you?
Yep, absolutely, 10 out of 10. And it's a gritty partnership. They showed a lot of resolve, courage, because when they came in to bat, it's when Shakib came in to bat at number 7, they were 109 for 6. And since then, they've looked apart. They took their time, they understood the importance of staying around. And once they managed to do that, then things start to get a little bit easier. Yes, Shakib especially playing some wonderful shots, and it catched on to Nurul Hassan, who also played a very important role to ensure Bangladesh first gets over the deficit, the amount of runs they had the lead on, and then go on to take the lead. Still unbeaten, and more importantly, not a single wicket given in this session.
Yeah, wicketless session, secretly, but just at the start of that session, the West Indian bowling was quite good in that first 20 minutes or so.
Certainly was quite good, especially Kemar Roach. He went past the edge of the bat on numerous occasions without any luck at all, put the Bangladesh batsman under pressure. He really bowled well, Kemar Roach. And of course, we all know he's never fear with this ground here in Antigua, but no success for him really. But it was really a good first half hour or so after lunch.
Yeah, the first session in this game that went wicketless, we saw many wickets falling in the first day and then 10 wickets falling in the second day. But that session, wicketless, after Shakib Al Hasan recently reinstated as captain, he's led the way once again, a half-century in the first innings, half-century here yet again. How impressed were you with that particular innings?
Brilliant. I was not surprised because the kind of class that he possesses, the kind of innings that he has played in the past, he's been very good. And you talk about picking up the right lengths and trying to take full advantage. He hardly missed out with the drives through the covers and also playing some lovely shots or square of the wickets on the offside. So he knows his part, he knows what he has to do. As you mentioned, he's been reinstated as a skipper, picked up a 50 in the first innings, and also an important and a crucial innings. They still have to go on. Remember, they're not too far ahead, so they need to come back and start it all over again.
Yeah, consecutive half-centuries for him, and of course he had a half-century in that last innings against Sri Lanka, so 3 on the trot for Shakib. Nurul Hassan proved a good partner, just one shy of a half-century of his own, and his application as well. How pleased were you with that?
Very pleased. He showed maturity. He was very disciplined. Didn't take any chances. Played to his strengths. Whenever he get a ball to hit away, he does that perfectly. And I thought that it was good support for his captain. And they, 101 partnership, which is huge in the context of this game. So they are playing very well.
Yeah, the highest partnership for either team in this game so far between these two. And his movement at the pitch, going to the leg, moving across, just to off-put the bowlers, and it has worked for him so far. We've seen after today the 4 wickets that fell in that first session, 2 to Roach, 2 to Kalmiers, a couple loose dismissals, but also a couple good deliveries in between.
Yep, case of a bit of both, and Bangladesh will need to assess where they went wrong, because there were some loose shots, just like that, trying to play across the line, Mominul Haq. And then look how far that is, chasing a wide delivery and nicking it to the slip score. And the couple of good deliveries, again, very good catch behind the stumps. He's been excellent behind the stump, Joshua Da Silva.
Yeah, it's been a good session. I think the Bangladesh team would be so pleased with that. And that's the sort of application, I suppose, they would be looking for many more of their batsmen. The good news, the umbrellas are gone. I think that we would be in for an on-time resumption. Now, once again, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your time. And of course, we look forward to hearing more analyses from you in the com box. Just about ready for that third and final session on day 3. But before we get there, let's hear a little bit more about an important member of this West Indies cricket team.
Hi, my name is Joshua Da Silva, and this is 22 in 22.
Tell us where we are.
We are in the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua.
How did you get here?
By a plane.
What car do you drive?
BT50 Mazda.
If you could go on a holiday with one teammate, who and why?
Jaden Seals, that's my boy.
Where would you go?
I don't know. Bora Bora.
Who messages the most?
In the group?
Yes.
Who messages the most? Manage.
What's the most common topic?
What time we leaving in the morning?
Favorite game?
FIFA.
Best gamer?
Kalmiers, check out his Twitch.
One thing you can't live without?
Trini food.
Best advice you ever received?
Ross Taylor, don't turn down a single on you for 50 on debut.
What would you tell your child self?
Aspire to be what you want and work hard.
Any superstitions?
Yeah, I tap my bat and count every time at the crease.
One thing you love about cricket?
It's unforgiving. You have to work hard to get results.
Your favorite stadium?
Based on reserve where I made my debut.
Toughest opponent?
New Zealand.
Who's the hardest trainer?
Hardest trainer? Kemar Roach, he bats a lot.
Who spend the longest in the gym?
Kemar Roach.
What do you love about your nation?
It's just beautiful, man. The beaches, the people and everything, it's just beautiful.
What is your pre-match meal?
Omelette and yeah, probably a sausage and potato. My name is Joshua Da Silva and that was 22 in 22.
As you heard, it's been an interesting post-lunch session in this first test match between the West Indies and Bangladesh. That session producing 95 runs and no wickets. Bangladesh showing the way with the bat and resisting. They are ahead by 48 runs at the moment. A lot of those runs that they've gone ahead with came from this partnership. Shakib Al Hassan, Nurul Hassan, both these players have really set the example for Bangladesh with the bat. Captain Shakib came out with good intent and then settled in. That gave confidence to Nurul Hassan, and he too played quite nicely. Wasn't afraid to advance. Short deliveries outside the off stump. He was able to pounce on it, anything with length. He was quick to rock onto the back foot and score runs. Had a little drizzle during that tea interval. And the ground staff ensured that the square was properly covered. Now, those covers being removed. Very good news here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Covers being removed. As we look to start the third and final session of the day's play. Again, a reminder of an unbeaten partnership for Bangladesh at the moment, 101 from 184. So another twist in the tail. We spoke about the beauty of Test match cricket, the ebbs and flows. And many felt that Bangladesh will roll over in this second innings. Well, they've doubled their efforts from the first. 210 for 6, still with 4 wickets in hand. They've made the West Indian bowlers and fielders work really hard in that post-lunch session. As the umpires make their way onto the field, Ian Bishop is alongside me. I guess this is exactly what Coach Russell Domingo would have wanted to see from their batting at the start of this Test match.
For absolute sure, Coach will be happy, Captain will be happy, because he's been in the middle doing the bulk of the work himself. Now, post-tea, for the opposing captain, the new ball is available to them in 4 overs time. That's another critical juncture. Nurul Hassan stands on 49. Remember that half century he scored here in 2018. Ground that holds good memories for him. Final words from Roddy Estwick. If Bangladesh are still batting at the end of today's play, they are right back in the contest. Remember I said if. It's a long way off. If.
Nurul Hassan eager to get out into the middle, and why not? On the cusp of another landmark in Test match cricket, 49 at the moment. Waiting on his partner, Shakib Al Hasan, who hasn't really been fully fit for this innings. So I'm receiving some treatment from his physiotherapist during the course of the day's play. Again, 2 half centuries for him, 1 unbeaten at this stage. He's done it 4 times in Test match cricket, twice now against the West Indies. Last time was way back in 2013 when he scored half centuries in both innings of a Test match against the West Indies. Gurkesh Moti hasn't really been able to penetrate Bangladesh batting. 13 overs, they've looked generally untroubled against him. Ian Bishop, you agree with the Moti starting proceedings in this session?
Yeah, I thought so.
I think on the one hand, they're just looking to get through the 4 overs as quickly as possible, not just get through them. If they get a couple of wickets in that time from either Moti or whoever bowls from the other end, they'll accept it. But you want, in the absence of that, to get to that second new ball as quickly as possible. But you're looking for wickets still.
Oh, jeez, Moti boy. Ball modes, very well, ball modes. Working good, Cash.
Start this mode.
Haven't really seen him use over the wicket as an option against the right-hander.
None.
In the modern game, left-arm spinners up for round the wicket generally to right-handers. A little bit of wear and tear on the surface and that leg side. I think that might be a viable option. What we've also seen from Nurul Hassan as he brings up his half-century is that inclination to play through the offside. It's been a really good innings from the right-hander and timely.
50 for Nurul Hassan, coming in 110 balls with 8 balls.
Solid knock started slowly, but has branched out into more aggression as he set himself at the crease. 2 half-centuries in 2 test matches at this ground. Very, very good from Nurul Hassan.
Get it, Rochi.
Up and away.
Off the dive.
Was that a chance? You might say it's a half chance. Kemar Roach was diving away to his right. It had to stick.
I wonder if he could have gone with both hands. I just wonder if he could have gone with both hands at it. He would have been in the air. Certainly an opportunity.
Going, boys. Working, Rochi.
Some of his stroke plays and understanding that a second new ball is not that far away.
Yeah, he looked as if he could have gone with both hands. Yep. His teammates also felt that was a better option.
Well bowled, Moats. Very well bowled, Moats.
5 runs from the over to 15 for 6. .33, and that's the partnership that the opening pair produce. Then there were a couple 20s in the middle. Now, an unbeaten century run partnership.
Wait, Ray. Man never ready. Yes, Raymond. Yes, Raymond. Yes, Raymond. That's you. That's you, Ray. Working, Ray. That's you, Raymond. Come on, Ray.
Reefer had a close LBW shot very early.
Working, boys. Looking for one, man. Come on, boys.
Spell.
Energy after tea, man. Energy after tea, lads.
Nurul Hassan
Come on, Ray.
was the batsman. Since that LBW shout and review, he's opted for bowling round the wicket.
Yes, Raymond. You attack the stumps. You attack the stumps, Raymond.
So both left-arm bowlers
Keep working, Ray.
by the West Indies opting for round the wicket.
High five, bud. Keep going, Raymond. Keep going, boys. Work with Raymond, man. Come on, lads. Lots of energy, boys. Catch it. Keep going, Ray. Working, Ray. Keep going, lad. Working, Raymond.
I did mention that he has more of an inclination to play through the offside. I feel there is an opportunity there to get him just losing his balance, because he's not afraid to use his feet. And when you're on the move as a batsman, your balance tends to be thrown off. And that's why I feel it's a better option for the West Indian left-arm bowlers to go over the wicket as against round.
Oh, yes, Raymond. Very well bowled, Ray. Very well bowled, lad.
Why did play?
No, yes, Raymond. Just finish on the stumps, Ray. Keep going, Raymond.
For right-handed batsmen, sometimes when they stand very side-on, they tend to have a little more problems with deliveries that are on or about leg stump, middle and leg. You look at Nurul Hassan, he tends to open that front leg because there is an issue there with him breaking the face of the bat and playing onside. So
Never ready. Always
might be something that the West Indians try to exploit. Yep. That left leg
Ray, not ready yet.
quite open
Always,
to allow him access to the ball.
Yes, Raymond.
2:15 for 6. Bangladesh physiotherapist making his way onto the field. There is an issue with Nurul Hassan. Tape on that index finger, the right hand. Slight delay here in the innings. Nurul Hassan just getting some attention as the kids at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium continue to enjoy the activities. On the trampoline, the bouncy castle, there is face painting. You can also learn a thing or two about the game of cricket, so it's a great component to have here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Let's go, Moats. Come on, Moats. Good day, good day, good day. Yeah. Working good at cash.
Very, very straight. Just tickled away down the leg side, and only a single.
Working, Moti. Keep going, Mots. Working, Mots.
And Bishop, how would you assess Gudakesh Moti in his first test match so far with the ball?
It's been steady. It's not spectacular. Obviously, he hasn't picked up a wicket, although he could have in his previous over with that missed opportunity to Kemar Roach at mid-off. One of the challenges, of course, where they had with Virasamy Pomal, his countryman, was at least having control against England earlier this season, especially of his ground. So it's his first test match. It's not a pitch that is offering him loads, although Mehdi Hassan got 4 for with his drift.
Non-Moti.
Hopefully he'll get a run and he'll be able to show his wares as time goes along.
Working, Moti. Keep going, Moti. Ball, Moti. Keep going, Moti. Working, Moti.
Did mention his very good control. Very good spinners in international cricket. They control the degree of spin that they can offer.
Down, Donna.
2 runs from the over, 217 for 6.
Cherry. The darkest one you have. Good behind you one? All right. Yep, leg.
West Indies have not allowed too many extras every time they've bowled in this test match. Kemar Roach once again carrying the workload. Again, just falling over. I did mention that being an issue that the West Indians could exploit, but on this occasion, Nurul Hassan got enough bats and will get a boundary.
Go, Henry.
Yeah, and the new ball becomes available. I would take it if I were Craig Brathwaite immediately as it's due. 2 men at short mid-wicket for that uppish push shot. Brathwaite himself and Joseph.
None.
But I would expect the new ball, even though today's batting surface has been better than previous 2 days, I would expect the new ball still, at least for a few of us, to do something laterally. So that's a challenge that the 2 Hassans will have to negotiate intently if they are there when that new ball is taken.
If my memory serves me right, when Bangladesh took their second new ball, it produced 7 wickets. 6 in quick time after the fall of the wicket of Craig Brathwaite. So West Indies will be expecting a similar result. Cut away and will be 4. It's been a productive area for Shakib Al Hassan.
You watch that lead grow as well, 64. If you can get it to 140, 150, you never know what can happen. Yes, you've got to more than double what you have right now, but cricket is a funny game, so balance of power still in his favor, but tide is shifting.
Yes, Skull. Working, Skull. Working, Skull. Keep going, boys.
Well, the West Indians have had a couple of half chances
Working, boys. Keep going, boys.
in this second innings. Hassan off the glove of
Catch it, Rochi. Still working.
Joshua De Silva, then Kemar Roach diving away to his right with one hand.
How's that?
Was their hand on that? The umpire just goes upstairs to double check.
TV umpire to director.
That's it from Richard
We have an
Wood.
umpire review for run out. We need to check to see if the bowler's got any finger on that. So if you can see, show me the best shot for that, please. Let's roll it through. Roll it through. Okay. Have you got any other angles, Mark? Perfect. Okay, he's clearly not touched that, so we can go to the big screen with my decision. Not out.
Not out, the decision. I felt when I looked at it in real time, the reaction of Raymond Reefer indicated that there wasn't a chance for the West Indians.
West Indies have taken the new ball. And with that brings a change in
And there you go, new ball taken.
And it can be fascinating because as broadcasters, we always remind viewers that when you have set batsmen against a new ball, it can leak runs if the bowling isn't efficient, or it can create opportunities. I think Nurul is has become such a positive player that he'll perhaps give you another half a chance. But both himself and Shakib will still look to be positive. That's what I mean. Because he started his innings slowly, but he generally is tended now to go hard at the ball. So with this movement, opportunities may present itself.
Also curious to see if he uses the approach to advance. He's used that to good effect to negate any sort of lateral movement. Maybe against his second new ball, he might think otherwise. And a miss that will surely prove advantageous for the West Indian bowlers if he has to play from the crease. Joel Wilson was thinking about it, and he's now made his decision. That's a wide.
I was wondering myself, I think he might have been blinded a little bit by the body of Kemar Roach. It was so wide that Roach, in his follow-through, obscured the vision of the umpire, but the umpiring has been good, really good.
Doesn't prevent the boundary. Zari Joseph, the fielder. I beg your pardon, Jaden Seals in that fine leg position.
West Indies will be hoping that they can be much tighter with their control and in the field, because with this new ball, you'd have to back yourself to create a half chance or chance and opportunities. Slip cordon has to be at the ready. Everyone, this is the cut and thrust of the game. Just wondering if Kemar Roach went full, because Nur Hassan has shown a tendency, a propensity since the first two balls to walk across his stumps. Did he do it there? Yeah, getting himself right in front of his stumps. So wonder if Roach went for the LBW. Does it again. Safely this time. 2-3-1 for 6.
That way was looking for. Yeah.
The partnership builds between Shakib Al Hassan and Nur Hassan. 122 at the moment. And they continue to pile on the lead. At the moment, 69 runs ahead. Critical moments in the match for both teams. Bangladesh with two set batters will be thinking more runs.
Yeah, it's very critical for these two, absolutely right, because from what we saw in the first innings, Mustafizur didn't suggest permanence, although that could change. Khalid neither did Ibadat. So it's very important, this partnership. West Indies to get the breakthrough.
What these two batters have done very well in this partnership is they've been able to judge the line of the ball very well and respond to it in a clinical fashion. Shakib Al Hassan, anything that was a little bit wide of the off stump, wasn't afraid to use the horizontal bat shot and show intent to score. Very different to his captain, Nurul Hassan. He's been more watchful. Just playing the line of his off stump or thereabouts. Very contented with the ball going past him through to the wicketkeeper. And this is a prime example of when I speak about players playing to their strengths in Test match cricket. There is no one way for success. You've got to determine what works for you as a player.
Just watching Jaden Seals in this Test match, he hasn't been at his best, still a young man learning it. It's a very direct run-up. And he has issues running into the danger area. Just in that last stride or two, the gather goes a touch wide of the crease. And I think the alignment there is a little problematic, because to the right-handed batter in particular, he hasn't been able to make them play as often as he would like. I wonder if an angled run down the road is something he can work on.
232 for 6. West Indian fans will be hoping that Kemar Roach can get this breakthrough, break this partnership. We just saw what is left in this Bangladesh batting lineup. And he gets it. Straight to the captain. And it's Kemar Roach doing the job once again for the West Indies.
The second new ball was bound to create opportunities. A little bit of extra bounce, a little bit of movement, and a good sharp catch by Brathwaite. It was always going to happen. And of all people, you'd back Kemar Roach to be that man. 2 good half centuries in the match to Shakib, but he's gone for 63, 232 for 7.
Bangladesh 232 to 7.
Hussain, the new batsman.
Incoming batsman from Bangladesh, Hussain.
This is the opening that West Indies would have wanted. New batter at the crease. Commanding figure off the captain, Shakib Al Hassan, going via the court route. Craig Brathwaite holding on to firm, sharp push.
Captain catching captain, elder statesman getting the wicket closer to that 250 landmark. We don't talk enough about his place in the history of West Indian fast bowling. Yeah, just on Kemar Roach, I don't think there's any debate about where he stands in the history of fast bowling. He's just short of Michael Holding on 249. I won't debate greatness. But the fact that he started out as an express fast bowler, sustained an injury, reformed himself. Yes, his away record hasn't been outstanding. Every bowler has their kryptonite. But that sort of evolution of his game, that deep in swing, which he's always had, to be honest, deservedly puts him in the top 10, deservedly. If you need a mid-on, you perhaps need a mid-on. I'd gamble with a man at leg slip. I say gamble with him. I'd take the mid-on out and put him at leg slip, leg gully. Yeah, I think the debate should stop. I mean, Roach has been outstanding. In the modern game, an average of 26. You go back through the recent history of West Indies cricket and see how many guys average in the 30s, average nearly 40. Roach and his injuries and his ability to come back. I mean, I'm not comparing him to Michael Holding or Walsh or Ambrose, different. And his height, or lack thereof, is another thing why you have to give him appreciation. He wasn't like Ambrose and Walsh and Garner, who could thunder in, hit the pitch and get bounce. You talk to him about fast bowling and he will blow your mind at what he knows. He wasn't always the greatest trainer when he started, let's be fair. But he's learnt, Darren Ganga, he's learnt how to manage himself, manage his fitness, manage his bowling. Strike rate of 53, I will happily accept that.
Wicket maiden for Kemar Roach, 232 for 7.
There's a bit of compaction taking place where that front foot lands for the bowlers, just to make sure it's flat. Jalen Seals will continue. Wicket in that last over. The partnership finally broken. And what a partnership it was. 123. West Indies will be looking to finish things off quite quickly now. It'll be interesting to see how Nurul Hassan approaches things now that he's been joined by Ibadat. Four slips in position. Partnership broken secretly. Kemar Roach had to be the man.
He just loved this ground, doesn't he? He has been so successful right here at the Sir Vivian Cricket Stadium in Antigua. Leading wicket taker by a long way. Look at that record here at the stadium. 48 wickets from 9 matches. Averaging 18. Too wide from Jaden Seals. He's not allowing the batsmen to play. he hasn't quite himself so far in this game. A little bit wide of off stump regularly. Hasn't asked enough questions of the batsmen. Oh well, that's wide. His approach to the crease isn't bad, still looks good. His approach, but the radar is slightly off. Too wide of off stump, and then that one extremely wide.
Yeah, you were mentioning to me in the room next door secretly that it didn't look as rhythmically as he normally does. Of course, he did fly into the Caribbean a couple days before this test match. And from that series in Pakistan, a long way away, and prior to that in the Netherlands. So that journey might have affected him a bit, getting back into his stride, trying to make the adjustment from white ball to red ball. Still a young man himself, learning his trade. But you're right, hasn't quite looked himself.
But what I like about him is that even though he's not quite on song, he's still giving you the effort. He's running in, putting in the effort. Because as bowlers, you know, sometimes when you're not quite in rhythm and you're not quite feeling yourself, you tend to just maybe, you know what, it's not my day, let me just relax. He's not doing that at all.
The last delivery, Wood Nurul tried to get a single and retain the strike. Doesn't, plays inside the line. 233 for 7. Overall lead 71 for Bangladesh, 233 for 7. A much improved showing this time around. Kemar Roach, 3 wickets in this innings, a couple in the first. Greg Brathwaite might just be thinking about a second chance to get a hit. Thinking about a lead in this test series. Still some work to do, 3 wickets to get, and then they'll have to knock off a few. Pulled away late, quite late there, Ibadat. Sometimes could be off-putting as a bowler when the batsman pulls away that late. And I think Kemar Roach did the right thing. He went through with the delivery. Look how late the batsman decides, already in his delivery stride. And sometimes if you try to withdraw that late, can be injurious. Ian Bish has a bit of analysis for us. Educate us, Bish.
I don't think I can educate anyone, just offer an opinion. Now, I want to say that Jaden Seals has done his yeoman service with this action. It's a very direct run, right? And remember, he's an outswing bowler. Just opens up and goes to his left. So he's bowling and delivering from wide on the crease. and he has to then ask the ball to come further towards the off stump and then go away.
That's Roach. No ball, that's Roach.
So let's just let them roll it on. So it's a very direct run from wide of the crease, and he's an outswing bowler. So I just wonder if sometimes when his rhythm is right, he has issues running onto the pitch, if he can angle his run just slightly so that his body position and his alignment is a little more towards the off stump at the point of release, and then track the ball down rather than having to track it from wide and then away from the off stump. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. He's done his good work with this same technique. It's not a curved run. It's a very straight and direct run and then just a little bit opening up. So I'm just wondering, with all those deliveries we talked about wide of off stump, if a different adjustment in alignment would give him a different result. He wants one more. Over. So that's just a thought.
Always quite analytical and eagle-eyed, Ian Bishop. But I get what he's saying, secretly, in terms of the trajectory of the run, a little bit wider towards the stump, maybe might assist him in getting those deliveries to start closer to that off stump.
And if anyone knows about swing bowling, Ian Bishop does. Yes, but a slight change of angle could really make a difference for young Jaden Seals. 2-3-3 for 7.
Couple half-century runs for Bangladesh in their second innings. Well, Jaden Seals didn't convince Captain Craig Brathwaite to give him another. Instead, Alzari Joseph. A little bit expensive in the context of the match. Good movement, first ball, good areas. Also has the ability to get that ball to leave the right-handers. Similar sort of approach. Might be a change in field. Forward short leg, perhaps. I think they need to bowl much straighter. He's left too many deliveries alone, Nurul Hassan.
Quite agreed. Let him play as many deliveries as possible. That's not bad. Just a little bit too full, but let him play. The ball is nice and new and hard. You got 4 slips waiting, plus the keeper. Good shape from Alzari Joseph. So that's the key to fast bowling as well, Samuel Badri. You got to let the batsman play as much as possible. Better line. especially at this stage where you're looking to finish off the Bangladesh innings with 3 wickets remaining. Nurul is batting really well. He's on 60. Needs to get him out. That was a great shot. Over pitch delivery from Alzari Joseph and slapped away through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, given the length, I think that was the key with this particular stroke. Full wide and just put back the ball. Made good contact. Gets his 11th 4 of the innings so far. Nurul Hassan. Yeah, the forward short leg has been dispensed with immediately. Defends it, means Ibadat will be on strike for the next over. 237 for 7. Very conspicuous in this batting lineup. Starts for many of the batsmen. 22, 42, couple 70s, 17s, couple 60s. In the air, but in the gap. Off the mark. Ibadat. Defensive prod. Uppish, but safe. Exaggerated trigger movement for Nurul Hassan. Starts outside his crease and then a big back and across.
He certainly does get in front of the stumps. Always figure as a bowler, you could get him leg before. Gone! Kemar Roach once more. What a performance from him. Good delivery, just as an off stump. And Nurul went for the big off drive. Got a nick straight to Joshua the Saver, the wicketkeeper. Easy catch. West Indies strikes once more.
Yeah, not for the first time. This back of a length, wide-ish delivery, getting the wicket. Might have been the 3rd time in this innings a Bangladeshi batsman going after a wide-ish one from Kemar Roach. And quite quickly, the two set batsmen follow each other. This time, Nurul Hassan for 64, 238 for 8.
Incoming batsman, Mustafiza Rahman. Bangladesh, 238 for 8.
New batsman for Bangladesh, Mustafiza Rahman. Best of 16 doesn't inspire too much confidence. Kemar Roach on the cusp of another test match 5-wicket haul. Goes away down to the boundary. Dead ball signal, no shot. From Mustafizur, and this is the reason he's here. Kemar Roach adjusting his length, pulling it significantly back. Eyes opened up. Nurul Hassan felt that it was an easy opportunity to score. Wasn't to be. Another catch by Joshua Da Silva.
Okay.
49 wickets now for Kemar Roach at Serviv. 248 test wickets.
Two wickets to get to another milestone of 250 test wickets. One more wicket to get to 50 at the Serviv Richards Stadium right here in Antigua.
Well watched by Fez. 238 for 8.
Please. Center.
Two new batsmen, Ibadat Hussain and Mustafizur Rahman. Just 3 deliveries for him. 238 for 8. Kemar Roach 49 wickets at Serviv. First half of his career, 09 to 16, 122 wickets in the 37. But just look at that, since 2017.
Boy.
135 wickets. He's reinvented himself. 126 wickets in 35 matches since 2017. And look at that average as well. His speed has decreased, but his skill has improved.
Oh boy.
So he has 49 wickets here, secretly, Kemar Roach. Your favorite venue in the West Indies, of course, Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. 66 wickets for you. A happy hunting ground, the Queen's Park Oval.
But I thought everyone says it's spinner's paradise. I can't recall bowling spin. No, but I've been very successful at Queen's Park Oval. Quite a few 5-wicket hauls as well. Well, I just want to prove the pundits wrong when they say it's a spinner's paradise.
You can imagine many of those 66 wickets would have been Englishmen. I remember seeing you just getting wicket after wicket versus England at the Oval. Well watched. Kemar Roach with the second new ball has been exceptional. Quite a number of deliveries, beating the outside edge. Both against the right-handers and left-hander. Eventually getting the wicket off the captain, driving on the up. Another one going past the outside edge. 238 for 8. And then, of course, the last wicket to fall, Noor Hassan. Caught at the wicket by Joshua Da Silva. Kemar Roach searching for his 10th 5-wicket haul. And secretly coming into this test match, there was a cloud, an injury cloud hanging over Kemar Roach. Over the top, just a wild heave, gets to the boundary, all the way over the boundary actually. A 6 for Mustafizur.
Well, he took his chances and got away with it. It wasn't a bad delivery by any stretch. He just went for it. Went over third man for 6.
So they've employed now a third man, more for the catch as opposed to cutting the boundary. There you can see right off screen.
You just spoke about a cloud over Kemar Roach's fitness coming into this game. He's an honest man. If he wasn't fit enough, knowing Kemar Roach, he would have told him he can't make it. The main fact he said he can, you have to trust his words. Well, Mustafizur come out with a particular intention. He's going to have a go, regardless of what. The lead at the moment is 82. Prompt Captain Craig Bradley to make an adjustment in the field. Fielder just trot into a deep backward square on the boundary. Probably saying to Mustafizur, a short delivery is coming.
Yeah, Kemar Roach would have wanted to play this particular test. His record at this venue, as we keep mentioning, absolutely phenomenal. On the cusp of that, 250 test wickets as well, so absolutely no reason why he would not have wanted to play. There's confirmation of that.
He has really worked hard, Kemar Roach, into his 24th over. 10 of those are maidens. Already picked up 4 wickets. Does he have enough energy to bowl a couple more?
I'm sure he would. He's on 4 wickets. He'll be looking for a 5th. 245 for 8.
Cleaned him up, Alzari Joseph. He's been threatening. And he gets his man. Another wicket for the West Indians.
The second new ball has done the trick. This time it's Alzari Joseph who knocks over Mustafizur Rahman. He's gone for 7. Bangladesh 245 for 9.
Khalid Ahmed, last batsman for Bangladesh in this innings. Mustafizur flirted with danger. He was going after everything. We saw him play a few aggressive strokes to Kemar Roach. One too many this time. Alzari Joseph hits the bullseye. Can he make it 4, Alzari Joseph?
Yeah, very much a possibility because Khalid Ahmed, the man on strike with 4 slip in place, second new ball in hand, got a ball straighter. Very much a possibility to pick up a 4-for. But it has been a good fight back from Bangladesh, especially that partnership between Nurul Hassan and Shakib Al Hassan. Partnership of 123. The 7th wicket partnership, ensuring that Bangladesh get past 200 and also deficit of 162 when they came on to bat yesterday. Again, the top order disappointing with the bat.
Another beauty, another way movement from the right-hander. Not an easy delivery to play. That's his stock delivery, Alzari Joseph. And he bowls it with quite a bit of pace. That one 135 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, when the lower order batters are in the middle, especially number 9, 10, 11, bowlers tend to find to bowl in the block hole. So what has happened to the old-fashioned Yorker? Yes, it's the second new ball, so there is movement in the air and off the seam. Try the Yorker.
Listen to you, then work this time. 245 for 9. Much better looking scorecard for Bangladesh. Couple half centuries. Nurul Hassan equaling his test best with the bat. .245 for 9. Much better batting effort by Bangladesh. At Ali Khan, you think what might have been if this sort of effort was shown in the first innings of the test match?
Yeah, I always feel that you set the match up if you're batting first in a test match. And if you don't score enough runs, then you let go of that advantage where you were presented with an opportunity to go and score runs. Only 103 in the first innings, 245 in the second innings, attempted Yorker. It would certainly have been in a different ball game altogether. But Bangladesh achieved more in terms of the total that they made in the first innings. Shakib Al Hasan played his part with the bat, not only in the first inning, but also in the second innings. So he's tried his best to lift the spirit of his team. But he needed that support, which he got, especially in this innings, the second innings from Nurul Hasan. But nothing much from others in that first innings.
Jimmy Siddons, batting coach for Bangladesh, will be a happier man. Former Victorian and Adelaide first-class batsman. To left of screen. He will take that positive into the second test match. Appeal, confident appeal. Unmoved the umpire. No more reviews for the West Indians.
Disappointed. Everyone got up in the air. He was in all sorts of trouble with the short delivery.
I know.
You know, it's the gloves, maybe just the gloves.
Give me a nod. Yeah?
Or maybe the shoulder.
Yes.
Having a bit of a chat. No reviews left. You've got only yourself to blame if that ball did manage to graze the bat or the gloves.
And that's a wicket. Another fifer for Kemar Roach, wicket number 50 in Test match cricket at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And he levels now in Test match cricket Michael Holding. 249 Test match wickets for the man from Barbados. What an effort.
It has been his favorite hunting grounds. And he finally managed to pick up a fifer. That one kept low and goes through the defense. It's wrong line and knocks the middle stump out of the ground. What an effort from Kemar Roach. High fives and good celebrations. Why not?
He's done exceedingly well throughout his entire career. Upon his return to fitness, he finishes off things in this, the second innings. Yep, as customary, recognizing the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket, and a real display of skill and consistency from the West Indian fast bowler. Look at where he sits, leveled with Michael Holding on 249 Test match wickets, and still climbing. Of course, Courtney Walsh at the top with 519, and our co-commentator Sir Curtly Ambrose on 405. But he sits amongst the greats in West Indies cricket.
Bangladesh made a much better effort with the bat. The openers, Tamim Iqbal and Mahmudullah Sanjoy, added 33 for the first wicket, but no one went on to convert the starts to a big one. Mahmudullah Sanjoy at 42, but it was that partnership between Shakib Al Hasan and Nurul Hasan which made them close on to the deficit, and in the end goes on to take a lead also. Very well made 63 from Shakib and Nur Hassan. Excellent 64 to ensure that they put the runs on the board. 245 in the end.
Kemar Roach rules the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the leading test wicket taker here at this venue. 50 wickets exactly to him, another 5-wicket haul in his career. And he got very good support from the local boy, Alzari Joseph, 3 for 55. Once again, another 3-wicket haul in this test match. And Kyle Mayers contributing significantly with his 2 wickets for 30 runs. Match summary, well, we will wait and see what transpires with the remaining overs in the day's play. But the West Indies, they will need 84 more runs if they are to win this test match. We will take a short break because it's in between innings. The pitch is being rolled, and we'll be back with the run chase. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. If you just join us, well, Bangladesh have been bowled out in their second innings for 245. They put up a better showing with the bat, thanks mainly to that partnership between the captain Shakib Al Hassan and Nur Hassan. And that partnership producing 123 runs. There was also a good contribution by the opener Hassan Joy, who produced 42. They batted 90.5 overs.
The first to go was Kamim Iqbal. Excellent catch. He's been very good. Outstanding behind the stumps. Joshua Da Silva. Beautifully taken right in front of the first slip to send back Kamim Iqbal. And then Mediason Miraj sent in as a night watch and playing a full shot off the back foot, edging it straight to the slip fielder, where Kyle Mayers takes a well-judged catch. He was in business again with this time with the ball. Lovely delivery, beautifully bowled coming round the wicket. Look at the seam position and sending back Nazmul Hasan Shanto, again getting caught in the slips.
Yeah, wicket stumble. Kyle Mayers got another one. Mominul Hack, his horror with the bat continued. It was umpire's call. Playing away from his body. Lytton Das offered another wicket. Kemar Roach, the bowler. And then very similar, the youngster. Hassan Joy departed after he looked well set for a half century. Just following one wide outside the awesome. And Joshua De Silva continued his brilliance behind the wicket. Kemar Roach with that second new ball straight away struck. Sharp catch by the captain, Craig Brathwaite, to dismiss his opposite number. Consecutive half centuries for Shakib Al Hassan. But that's how he departed the second time around in this test match. Nur Hassan, his long stay at the crease came to an end. Roach using that new ball, taking it away, finding the outside edge. And De Silva making no mistake. The Fizz was typically aggressive at the start of his innings. Alzari Joseph got it right. Hit the target, got his man, gave himself the third wicket in the innings. And the final nail on the coffin, Kemar Roach deservedly getting 5 wickets and closing the innings with a delivery that was off a good length and came into the right-hander. Ibadat Hussain had to depart. Another disciplined effort by the West Indians, only allowing Bangladesh to score at 2.7. They had to toil during that partnership of Shakib Al Hassan and Nur Hassan. But they came away with flying colours. Moti, the debutant, bowled 15 overs, went wicketless, but he will take the experience going forward in his career. So that's where the match sits. Simple equation for the West Indies. They require 84 runs if they are to win this test match. A minimum of 17 overs remaining in the day, so still plenty time. There is a possibility that we might have a result this afternoon if conclusion is in sight, if West Indians get close to that target of 84. They can claim an extra half an hour or 8 overs to complete the game, so we'll have to wait and see. All depends on how these two go.
Do you think that the West Indies will try to achieve that target tonight? Because 17 overs, as you mentioned, and you can go extra half an hour. We'll have to wait and see, because we know how Brathwaite bats. It takes so much time.
Surely Craig Brathwaite wouldn't be in any haste. He will understand the importance of him getting a start and being there if he can to the end. John Campbell, a little more adventurous, a little more free scoring than his captain.
Mustafizur Rahman will start the proceeding for Bangladesh. 31 wickets. Best of 4 for 37. Bowled well in the first innings, where he picked up just the wicket, 1 for 30 in 18 overs. He'll be eyeing to pick up early wicket, because it's the new ball, which is most dangerous early on. If you can pitch it in the right areas, you will ask questions. 3 slips, a leg slip and also a man right in front.
Straight away off the mark, Craig Brathwaite. What these two West Indian batters could expect is discipline. I had the chance of speaking with the Bangladesh bowling coach Alan Donald before the start of the day's play, and he stressed the importance of Bangladesh opening bowlers using the new ball to good effect. So you will expect that they'll try their best to find that 68-meter length where the ball finishes on the top of off. They will try to extract whatever lateral movement that exists on this surface. 4 slips. Mustafizur Rahman usually takes the ball away from left-handers. He is much more successful to this style of batsman.
He's gone with 4 slip in place. I just feel that they're a little bit too close to each other. And surely spread them around a little bit, because if it goes wide to that 4th slip fielder, which is Litton Kumar Das, rue the fact that they didn't adjust properly.
Good carry, good piece off the surface. They will also need to monitor that as the innings progresses, because you don't want an opportunity for falling short of the fielders in that slip cordon. West Indies would have used the heavier of the 2 rollers available here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, just to flatten things out.
Cut short. If you have the skipper having 4 fielders in the slip cordon, what is he asking from Mustafizur Rahman is to pitch it up. Got to bowl fuller to get those fielder into play.
One delivery left in the over. Can the Fizz get it right? Get a little bit closer to John Campbell. Some line will be perfect.
No.
Good response from Campbell. End of the first over. 1 for none.
Bowling from the Sir Andrew Roberts end, Khalid Mohammed.
Khalid Ahmed to come from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 11 wickets. Early days. And I'm sure he will enjoy bowling in these conditions. Conditions which suits the seamers. But you got to get it right early on. 3 slips and a leg slip in place.
Confident appeal. Craig Brathwaite makes his way to the dressing room. That's the first wicket for Bangladesh. Another soft dismissal in this test match down the leg side.
What a start for Khalid Ahmed. Looked an ordinary delivery, but in the end, it got the faintest of edges, and Nurul Hasan does the rest. Great start for Khalid. A very good one from Nurul Hasan behind the stumps. Remember, he picked up the 50. Celebrations for Bangladesh. Craig Brathwaite gone for one. It's 1 for 1.
Raymond Reefer, again with the opportunity to bat at number 3. Hails from Barbados, comes from a cricketing family. He's here because Craig Brathwaite just got a little bit of bat on this one down the leg side. Very good movement by the wicketkeeper Nurul Hasan. Moving across in quick time and diving and taking the catch, as we did see with Joshua Da Silva. And Bangladesh batted first. Amin Iqbal, Hedi Hassan, both were caught down the leg side. Now Craig Brathwaite joins that group. Should be runs off the mark straight away. Raymond Reefer.
Use of the new ball is so very crucial. Again on the shorter side, the length from Khalid Ahmed. Easy for Raymond Reefer to just tuck it away for a couple of runs. You need to ensure that even if you don't pick a wicket, which he has already picked up a wicket of the very first ball in this over, not give away too many easy runs. Round the wicket to the left-hander.
Chris Gaffney just taking a look at where Khalid Ahmed is following through. Another wicket. He was shouldering arms and the ball made contact with the bat or glove through to the wicket keeper.
He's got 2 in his very first over. What a start. Incredible. Coming round the wicket, hits the bounce, and it was just a little bit too late to move it away. The ball brushing the gloves and straight to the keeper. Punch in the air. Why not? One more down. Raymond Reefer gone for 2. It's 3 for 2.
Raymond Reefer has been dismissed again off the bowling of Khalid Ahmed. West Indies 3 for 2. Incoming batsman at number 4 in Nkrumah Bono.
What a start we've had to this West Indian innings. 2 wickets already. Last wicket, Raymond Reefer deciding at the last moment to shoulder arms. He was too late in raising his arms away from the line of the ball. Just making contact with the glove. There is some belief here in this Bangladesh team now with 2 wickets, conceding only 3 runs. Here he goes again, Khalid Ahmed. 2 wickets and just 2 runs in that over. 3 for 2. If you're a West Indian fan, you might be a little bit worried looking at this scorecard. 84 the target for West Indies to win this test match.
No.
In his very first over, the first ball down the leg side. Fine tickle, taken nicely by Nur Hassan. And then the misjudgment, trying to leave it a little bit too late. The ball brushing the gloves and going on to the keeper. What a start. What an excellent start. This is from Khalid Ahmed.
Yeah, also the bounce on that occasion, getting the better of Raymond Reefer. And that's what you can expect with the new ball. The proud seam, the hardness of the ball will give bowlers something a little bit extra. Those 2 wickets will surely motivate Mustafizur Rahman to follow suit.
Bangladesh need wickets from both ends.
That's 4 more. Maybe not the area that he intended to hit that ball, but he gets 4. He'll take it nonetheless.
He's not found the right line and the length. Just a touch wide. And he places it nicely. Gets the first boundary. I think important for Shakib Al Hasan to realize that if he feels that Mustafizur Rahman is not getting it right, he has an option of Ibadat Hussain, who's been really good, who bowled really good in the first innings. Maybe toss it over to Ibadat Hussain and see what he can produce. Because Bangladesh have already picked up not 1 but 2 wickets in that single over from Khalid Ahmed. So you need to read the situation quickly and then decide what is the right option.
And Nkrumah Bono is never hurried in his approach to batting. He likes to spend a lot of time at the start of his innings. Usually he leaves a lot of deliveries outside the line of the off stump. He'll wait for bowlers to bowl at him. That's been his typical approach at the start of his innings in Test match cricket. Going down the leg side, surely. I doubt they'll review this. As the timer counts down. End of the over, 8 for 2.
Everything outside, then you should give it outside. Should have given you the
Khalid. Reflect on that shout at the end of the previous over. Not close. At Bangladesh, doing what they need to do, working hard in this little phase, final phase of this day's play. You never know with this game. You never know. That's some of what these two West Indian Jamaicans have to do. Be intense with their running between the wickets. John Campbell pushed very hard. Perhaps a good call of no by Nkrumah Bonner. But be intense with your running. Hello, Stacey Ann. How do you think West Indian fans viewing this would be feeling?
Hello, Bish. It's an interesting period of play.
They review it.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for a catch behind. It's a fair delivery. So if we can have a look at front on, please. Okay, just rock and roll that. Passes close to the outside edge, but can we have a look at ultra edge, please? Okay, roll the ball through, looks like daylight, roll it through, flat line. Roll it through, please. Okay, we've got a flat line all the way through. We'll go back to Chris on field to stay with his original decision of not out. Chris, you're on screen now, please signal not out.
Lovely decision again by Chris Gaffney. Generally, the umpiring has been outstanding. Consistently good. If nothing happens, I'll tell you a little bit of the story about Chris, as I alluded to the fitness before, Stacey Ann. Whoever that umpire's friend was sledging me the other day for my joke, please mute your volume. So we stayed in the same hotel, so gone to the gym. We're going to the gym in about 11 in the morning, for our game, our IPL game in the evening at around 6 o'clock. And I saw Chris there because they rotate the umpires, and he was on the treadmill for about an hour, then another half an hour, and then another period of time in the weight room. And I said, Chris isn't working today, because you can't work if you're on the treadmill for an hour and a half plus your weightlifting. I turned up at the game, and who was there umpiring? Chris Gaffney. Brilliant! Brilliant! Bangladesh are in this contest. Superb from Khalid.
Yeah, their tails are definitely up. And Khalid strikes again. A beautiful delivery. And gets the better of Nkrumah Bonner. Bonner goes without scoring. West Indies 9 for 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nkrumah Bonner has been bowled by Khalid Ahmed. West Indies 9-3. Incoming batsman, Jermaine Blackwood.
West Indies vice captain. West Indian fans around the place will be nervous, very nervous. Another 75 required.
Yeah, beaten for pace. Khalid picks up his third wicket. But this is a good fight back from Bangladesh. They know that they already got Craig Brathwaite. He would have scored the bulk of the runs for West Indies and stuck around during that first innings. Now they're attacking all ends up.
Another successful over, 9 for 3. Last time Bangladesh played on this ground, they were bowled out for 43 in their first innings and lost the test match convincingly. They were behind the 8 ball here for so long. Can they turn things around? Lowest total ever successfully defended in the 4th innings of a test match is 85. This will be a record if they can do it. Have to go back nearly 140 years to 1882 when that was done. Played in a test match where the West Indies in Barbados against India defended 120 in 96-97. West Indies defended just about 100 against Zimbabwe, I think 99-2000 at the Queen's Park Oval in Port of Spain. 99 to be exact. All things are possible. Never sleep on the game.
Lot of chatter between the Bangladesh fielders. You'd expect that. Got West Indies in a spot of bother. 9 runs, 3 wickets.
Nice pace off from Mustafizur. You talk about that target practice of hitting in and around that length where the grass is. Previously in the over, it went past the outside edge and then nipping back at him. Good reward for the seamers from Bangladesh who toiled manfully in the first innings, sometimes without reward.
Yeah, but you can see what it means to them. There's claps all around. There's extra effort. Just look at this delivery. It's rising and carrying to the wicketkeeper.
While Shakib with 2 Hassans were at the crease, I thought maybe at tea time they needed to sort of bat to the end of play to be in the contest, but no. Whatever the outcome, they're in the contest right now. Another cutter from Mustafizur. Still 9 for 3. Four. Got 2 straight. Important runs with 11.5 overs left in the day.
Well played by Blackwood. Just guiding this one down. Feel that fine leg much squarer.
See what he's aiming for. He's still aiming, even though that went down the leg side. The length was in and around that grassed area. You can see what Khalid is aiming for. Missed it a touch then with his line. Let's look at that boundary again. Yeah, it's sort of around that area, but just missed it with his line. And they've got the impressive Ibadat to come. And I thought he bowled perhaps better than anyone of their seamers in that first drop.
West Indies should be trying or aiming to just bat out The rest of this session without losing any wickets. Already 3 wickets down.
To be fair, Stacey, and that would have been their thought from the start. They weren't allowed to do it. Brathwaite strangled down the leg side. No fault of the bowler, because we saw Tamim do it, we saw Mahedi Hassan do it in the first innings. Good delivery to Bonner. Reefer. But in all of this, and the sweating bald head of the bowling coach Roddy Estrick on the left, he's nervous. Can't forget Kemar Roach, an appreciation of him and what he's achieved today.
Hey!
14 for 3. A 10th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket for Kemar Roach. And getting it in the second innings for the West Indies in a Test match is also another feather in his cap, because post-injury, he's right up there in the world game, but it hasn't always been his strength in the second innings of Test matches. And since he came back from injury in that summer where he went to England from the 17th of August, look at where he stands in the pantheon of bowlers since that time. Who's ahead of him? Pat Cummins, Rabada, excellent bowlers, Jasprit Bumrah, Ishant Sharma, Ravichandran Ashwin, and Roach is right there based on average. Less pace, but more skill and smarts. And that's why I feel that evolution. Do not debate his position in the pantheon of West Indian bowlers. That was an appreciation of Roach back to batting.
No!
Leading wicket takers for the West Indies, Roach is right on Michael Holding's shoulder. Better average, but look, different generations. Not going to debate who is better. That's not the debate. You can't surpass the greatness of Ambrose, and Malcolm Marshall was the most skillful and thoughtful of the bowlers that I played with. Look at Curtly Ambrose, miserly average. Malcolm Marshall, miserly. Courtney Walsh, just for sheer longevity. And Joel Garner, superb, absolutely superb. To be mentioned anywhere in that list is an honor for anyone, and I'm sure Roach will look at it as such. From St. Lucie in Barbados, I'll just say he's a great man now.
No!
Just to add some polish to it, he's taken 50 wickets at this ground, so he joins Ambrose and Walsh and Gibbs and Ambrose again with 50 wickets at a particular venue in the West Indies. trade them wickets now for 50 runs.
Jermaine Blackwood is quite capable. He would have scored 63 of 139 in the first innings. So another opportunity for him as vice captain. To lead in the absence of his skipper.
Going round the wicket. Square leg is dropped back. There is the square leg coming into it. 15 for 3. They are oblivious to what's going on out here. The tension. 3 for 8 for Khalid.
No. No.
Oh, misfield. Blackwood alert to it. There's Alan Donald. I remember well a game he was involved in Barbados in '92. South Africa chasing 201 against the great men, Walsh and Ambrose and company in Barbados. They were 120 odd for 2 overnight. Bowled out for 148. Rumor was they had all the champagne and stuff prepared and in the dressing room. Didn't materialize. One of the great comebacks that Ambrose and company scripted over their illustrious career.
Khaled. আমি তো বল Khaled. Good, Khaled.
Full length delivery, but just going down that leg side. Still hitting good areas. Khalid. Still support all around. Just having a look at previous delivery. Missing that leg stump.
It might be time for Ibadat as well. Another good over from Khalid, 17 for 3.
Mehdi Hassan into the attack for the first time in the second innings. Picked up 4 for 59 in the first. Of course, he'll be operating round the wicket for the left-handed John Campbell, targeting that front pad. West Indies found themselves in a bit of trouble at 17 for 3. Off target to start. Not what you would have expected in the second innings, secretly.
Not at all. When you're chasing a target of 84, with so much time left, you figure easy pickings. But that's what makes this game so interesting.
Oh yeah!
It can change ever so quickly.
Time by.
Good running, good running. Bangladesh came out with a purpose. They've picked up 3 quick wickets. Courtesy Khalid. And they probably saying to themselves that 1 or 2 more wickets before close of play could put them in good stead.
You're absolutely right. The fight that they've shown, firstly with the bat in the second innings to get up to 245, and then with the ball. West Indies started off this innings only needing 84. So sometimes you can go out quite flat, just go through the motions, thinking that the result is a foregone conclusion. But they didn't. Credit to them. They came out fighting, and they've been rewarded with 3 early wickets. And I suppose there is belief in that camp that anything can still happen. if they can sneak another one, possibly two before the close of play.
Oh, yeah,
And Mehdi Hassan bowling to the right hand as he did get both Joshua Da Silva and Alzari Joseph caught at the wicket. The ball drifting in and holding its line outside edge of the right-handed batsman. Another single to the fleet-footed Jimin Blackwood. Six runs from the over so far. Final delivery. Over the top, deliberate from John Campbell. In the gap. And gets the 4. Gets the reward. Expensive first over from Mehdi Hassan. 10 runs coming from it. 27 for 3. Just flighted outside off stump and deliberately going aerial. Ibadat tried desperately and in vain, holding that left knee. And John Campbell will be under the microscope. Haven't seen Ibadat with the ball just yet. Might have hurt himself slightly here. That fielding effort, you can see that knee jarring on the surface quite hard. Yeah, might be in some pain still. Look at the figures for Khalid Ahmed. 3 for 9.
He is bowling well. He's brimming with confidence at the moment. Into his 5th over. It's going to be extremely important for Vice Captain Jermaine Blackwood and John Campbell to bat out the remainder of today's play. Wouldn't want to lose another wicket or 2 before close of the 3rd day. And the flip side to it is Bangladesh would love to prize out 1 more or 2.
Some 7.5 overs left. Might not get in all of those. Close of play today, 5:33 p.m. local time. West Indies would have come into this series secretly searching for some consistency from the openers, John Campbell in particular. And of course that pivotal number 3 position. Given Raymond Reefer the opportunity to bat there. Hasn't worked for him in this test. Shamar Brooks was the man he replaced. And Brooksy did really well in white ball cricket recently. Those questions will still remain.
I'm not convinced that Raymond Reefer should be batting at number 3. He's a decent cricketer. We all know he can bat a bit. He can bowl. He's a good cricketer. But in terms of batting at that all-important number 3 position, I don't think is the right decision. And I've said that from the very start, before he even got his first knock, Samuel Badri. Even if he went on to score 100 or double 100, I will still remain that I don't think he should be batting at number 3. Down the order, yes, no issues there, but at number 3, I have a serious question mark about that.
Yeah, it'll be a testament to the fact that you did say that before he had his first knock. And some people might be saying that you're only saying that he didn't score. Excellent shot from John Campbell with length, dispatched disdainfully.
That's John Campbell at his best. Good striding, square up the wicket on the offside. Good timing. It was there to be hit, and he did. Execution was perfect.
$32 for 3. Summary of this first test. West Indies need 52 more runs to win. Bangladesh, they need 7 wickets, which is the likely option. You guys can have a guess at home. Lots of responsibility on the vice captain, Jimin Blackwood, batting with his countryman, John Campbell, both hail from Jamaica. Have a deep mid wicket in position just to cut that boundary out, a very leg side dominant field. They've dispensed with the bat pad. Short mid wicket and square leg. Extra bounce from Mahedi Hassan. Inside edge as well. That's the leg side field.
Oh yeah, Santo Mar.
I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be wise to put a little pressure on Jermaine Blackwood, who has just come to the crease.
No.
Maybe that fielder just in front of square by the umpire. Maybe get him into the short leg position. Just add that little pressure. Force Jermaine Blackwood to do something a little bit differently.
Yes. Eight goal. Comfortable na ekhane.
Not many runs to play with, and I'm sure that would be a consideration for Shakib.
Yes.
But you need to get wickets. Don't get wickets, you can't win the game. 32 for 3. Seems to be nice and cool out in the middle. Gentle breeze across. It's been cloudy the last week or so here in Antigua. Ibadat will be introduced into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. A best of 6 for 46. Man from the Air Force.
Bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Ibadat to see.
Three slips for Ibadat. Smashed. Confident. Campbell. Another boundary.
A bit of a loosener from Ibadat. Very short. Just outside off stump. And slapped away to a wideish mid-off for 4 by John Campbell. Moves West Indies to 36 for 3. Closing in on that 84 for victory. Only 48 more to get.
Play and a miss. Would have felt that he missed out on that occasion, John Campbell. The bowler too might have felt he missed an opportunity. In the end, nothing for either of them.
And that is something that we spoke about previously. The extra bounce from time to time. And of course, the ones that keeps a bit low. So with extra bounce, one that keeps low, always a bit of a concern for the batsmen because you're not sure. We spoke about variable bounce in our pitch report this morning. Now that's the exact opposite. That one kept very low, but wider sort of the off stump, so won't cause any problems for John Campbell.
Yeah, the previous delivery of a similar length bounced sharply. This one dying on its way through to the wicketkeeper. Natural variation that this pitch offers. One of the issues John Campbell had before his return for that England series, as was mentioned before by our colleague, was knowing exactly where his off stump was. So many times he was playing at deliveries that he shouldn't be playing at. And another issue that he had was that he was caught on the move. So that front foot was still moving while he was playing the shot. I remember him being dismissed a couple times against Sri Lanka like that last year.
Yeah.
So he had to commit and make that decision a little bit earlier. So he gets in position to play the shot. If he's on the move, your head isn't quite right, the balance isn't there, and you're more likely to nick off the ball. It's something that he's gone back and he's worked on, John Campbell. Scored a century in the first class season, got a 97. Just prior to this series, and Blackwood got a century in a first class match leading into this series. Will get a boundary. Inadvertent, but he'll take it. 41 for 3. Outside off, a good length delivery from Ibadat, squared Jermaine Blackwood up. Not in control of it, but unfortunately for him, in the vacant region. .43 needed for the West Indies to register a 1-0 series lead in this 2-match test series. Just about 8 minutes left in the day's play. Shakib Al-Hassan replaces Mehdi Hassan. Has the forward short leg and slip for the left-handed Campbell.
Oh yeah! Easy over na bhai. Ekta duita, just matter of 2 good ball, boys.
Will be looking to drift the ball using the wind away from the left-hander.
That's it.
Playing on the back foot.
Lovely boy. Great sack.
On target, Shakib.
Nice.
Not the most confident strokes, but gets off strike. Moves on to 25. Another start for him.
Two boy.
The score is 42. West Indies, well, they need 42 more.
So in effect, they are halfway home.
Great sack. Great boy, Saki. One from here, boy, last boy.
One from here. That's the call from the wicketkeeper. Still trying to believe and stay in the contest.
Ball, Saki.
42 for 3. This partnership, 33, much needed. West Indies were tottering at 9 for 3 in the 4th over when these two came together. And it's been a positive partnership, 33 and 56 deliveries. Good running between the wickets once again.
Kyle Mayers padded up. He's in next. Of course, he wouldn't want to get in this evening.
No.
Good, solid, positive partnership.
3 to go.
between Blackwood and Campbell. 34 so far. Alzawi Joseph is also padded up. Probably may do the night watchman duties if called upon. Of course, they wouldn't want that either.
Easy two for these two. Have you performed that role a lot secretly, night watchman?
I wouldn't say a lot, but I've done it. I remember clearly I've done it successfully on a couple of occasions. And
successfully?
Successfully. Never got out. Survived the evening. And then our co-commentator no, I was about to talk about Ian Bishop, and he stopped me in my tracks. Our co-commentator Ian Bishop knew exactly what I was going to say, and he stopped me in my track. And since he's a senior commentator, I leave it at that.
Yeah, you can tell us off air. Colin Abid has been really good in this second innings, picking up all 3 wickets to fall and giving this West Indian batting lineup a scare. Single to end, 47 for 3.
रेडी हो ए बादत जा 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 हाशाहाशी बंद कर टाइम में बोल टाइम में तो कोई नहीं करती जी
Sorry John, I forgot you ran 3 minutes.
बेस ऊपर है थक এদিকে থাক शाबाश शाबाश
Just might be the last over for the day's play, day 3. Shakib Al Hassan takes the responsibility himself. Maybe like to see a little more pressure exerted for this final over. Another fielder in catching position. Bat pad on the offside, something else. Secretly said, you need to get wickets. You can't defend this total.
Oh yes!
Especially as it's going to be the last over. So just get someone in front of Jermaine Blackwood.
Oh yaar eh!
All of a sudden, it's not looking too good for Bangladesh. 3 wickets in a hurry. Nothing since then. Good partnership, 40 at the moment between Campbell and Blackwood. And Bangladesh are looking a little bit flat at the moment.
So this game will be pushed into the 4th day.
Wicket taking ball is coming, boy. Anything can be happen. Anything can be happen, boy.
Anything can happen is the call.
Oh yeah!
That's over and that's time.
Cautiously watched by John Campbell. And that is the end of play on day 3 here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium in Antigua. West Indies will close on 49 for 3. Colin Ahmed taking all 3 wickets to fall. An excellent and impressive spell from him. 3 for 14 is what he returned in the second innings. Overall today, this is what we've had. 11 wickets falling. So that trend continues. 12 on day 1, 10 day 2, and 11 today on day 3. And this partnership for the West Indies worth 40. They came together when the score was 9 for 3. So it's been a good one, a responsible innings once again from the vice-captain. Jermaine Blackwood unbeaten on 17, Campbell unbeaten on 28, and duly acknowledged by the coaching staff. Seem to be quite relaxed, and why not? They just need 35 more with 7 wickets in hand to wrap things up in this first test and take a 1-0 series lead. Craig Brathwaite went for just 1, a faint tickle down the leg side. Unfortunate dismissal for him. Raymond Reefer tried to leave that delivery alone. Decided a bit too late and wasn't able to get the glove out of the way. Went for 2, and Nkrumah Bonner cleaned up by Khalid without scoring. And at that stage at 9 for 3, the West Indies was struggling. Khalid Ahmed 3 for 14 from 5 overs, but they've all been economical and disciplined. 5 bowlers used by Shakib. Bangladesh 103 and 245. West Indies 265 and 49 for 3. West Indies need 35 more runs to win. Bangladesh, they still need 7 wickets. And Darren Ganga is pitch side.
Kyle Mayers is with me. He's picked up 4 important wickets in this test match. Kyle, 24 wickets overall in your 12 test matches. We've spoken glowingly about your bowling. I want you to tell us what are the key attributes of your bowling that has brought that type of success.
Thanks. I think making the batsman play has been the main thing for me. You know, once the batsman is playing, I'm always in business of taking wickets. So making the batsman play, putting the balls in the right areas and utilizing the conditions.
We've also seen that variation in terms of your upright seam, your scramble seam, that type of variation and wrist work. Some people forget the fact that you have 92 first-class wickets as well.
Yeah, as I said before, I started out as a bowling all-rounder. You know, when I went to Windward Islands, I used to bowl more than bat. So it's been a good help, you know, starting there and then coming here, you know, as a batting all-rounder and still have the skill to bowl.
Yeah, you got the wicket of Lytton Das twice in this test match. So talk a little bit about the challenge of batting here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in this test match. How challenging has it been to bat on that surface?
I think they had it difficult on the first day. Obviously, the wicket had a lot of moisture, so it was good for seam bowling. It got better as the days went on, but it's kind of slow. The ball is still moving around a lot, so you have to wait. You have to be patient until bowlers really give you the opportunity to score. So it's just a matter of being patient and wait for the scoring opportunities.
Yeah, just 34 more runs for you guys to win this test match. I want to talk to you about Kemar Roach. 5 wickets today. He is the ideal role model for you as a fast bowler as well. What have you learned from being alongside him in this West Indian setup?
Yeah, me and Kemar, we go way back. You know, you talk about West Indies setup, but we actually went to secondary school together. So we share a lot of moments. And as you said, he's a role model for me and for the rest of the guys. You know, a guy who always give 100% every time he goes on the park. You know, he's always looking to perform and put his best foot forward. You know, he always looking at his stats and make sure that, you know, he ticks the boxes and make sure that he's up there with some of the great names. You know, and I'm very happy for him and I wish him the 300.
It's always good to get inside the mind of players when they're back against the wall. There was a partnership of 123 runs with the captain Shakib Al Hassan and Nur Hassan. What was going through your mind and that of Craig Brathwaite at that stage of the game?
It was just a matter of patience. Obviously, the ball got soft in that period. We just waited out till we get the harder ball, the new ball. It's just to be as tight as possible, restrict them. I thought they batted well. As I said, being patient on the wicket was key, and they did that. They waited for the scoring opportunities when we became impatient, and it was just a matter of waiting out and trying to be tight as possible until we get the chance with the new ball.
Are you a little more eager playing against Bangladesh, given the fact that you scored your test match maiden century against this opposition? Looking forward for a chance to bat in this test match and the other one?
Not really. You know, test cricket is test cricket. I take each game at a time. Not really too eager, but definitely would like to score runs against them again. You know, after getting a great start against them is always good. I'm very confident, and hopefully in the next game, not this game, I hope the guys at the crease bring it home tomorrow, and hopefully in the next game I get a chance to score another one.
Well done to the ball with the ball today, and all the very best to you.
Thank you very much.
2 for 30, Kalmias started things for the West Indies today. Just confirmation of where we are at after 3 days in this first test. The West Indies in pursuit of 84 runs. They're 49 for 3, still requiring 35 runs for victory. And we'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll have some analysis of the day's play.
Oh, interesting.
After doing that, you can just take one step back. Right, good. Yeah. Mount it.
Fishy, you heard that consideration by the umpires. Their rule of thumb is either 50 runs or 3 wickets, and there was the option for West Indies to ask for it.
Good.
No, I was just saying that was available. I didn't know.
What was that stand
Yep,
between
check.
the two Hassans? Hundred and
A little more.
so we drop in Kyle. Right, you roll it in. All right.
Ibn is the quickest of the lot.
So we just having a preamble about the day's play first because Roach is already here.
You can't leave these bikes at all, boy.
I don't know. You tell me. It's up to you guys. All right. All right. If you guys have anything to say to him, just chip in. This is nobody in control. Rochi, congrats, my brother. Well done. Well done. Blessings and happy for you. Yeah. 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 So Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. What a day we've had on the third day of this first test. The West Indies are 49 for 3 after Bangladesh were bowled out for 245. They had a lovely stand between the two Hassans of over 100 runs, 123 to be exact. But Kemar Roach standing out like a beacon, 5 for 53. John Campbell is still there for the West Indies, although Khalid Ahmed has taken 3 for 14 so far. West Indies need 35 more to win. It just takes me a while to get over what we've seen today, but I'm glad we are in the company of Darren Ganga, the former West Indies batsman, former Bangladesh international, of course, Atar Ali Khan, and the great man, don't be offended if I call you the great man, Kemar Roach is here with us. I'll come to you momentarily. Darren, your thoughts on how this third day went?
I think Bangladesh has shown resilience. Many persons expected that they would put up a good showing in that first innings. That didn't happen. If you look at their history, I think about 13 or 14 times batting first in a test match, they've scored less than 120. And on no occasion, they've gone past 200 the second time around. So this is pretty much a higher standard for them after being down and out very early in a test match. So that's a great positive that they can take. They give themselves a chance of getting back into the test match. Yep. At this point in time, it looks like West Indies will go and course into a victory, but I feel it sets them up nicely for that second test match.
Atta, how do you feel about the fight we've seen from some of Bangladesh today?
I thought that partnership that you spoke about earlier on when Shakib Al Hasan and Noor Hassan added 123. To be able to get into that frame of mind after getting those 6 wickets, losing those 6 wickets, so only 109 for 6 at that stage of the game, but they played some positive cricket. And remember, he's only played 5 test matches, Noor Hassan, so this is his 6th test match. So to be able to convert those starts into and getting a big partnership, I think brilliant to see that happening. But it's the first innings, Abish. If you don't get enough runs on the board on the first innings, so difficult to come back in a test match.
Thank you very much to Kemar Roach for that. Then, Kemar, how do you feel? I don't know whether it's about your achievement or the position of the team in the match that will take preference in your mind.
Definitely the position in the match. It takes, always takes preference. Obviously in a position to win. You always play matches to win. So right now, 35 runs away. I think once the guys get a good rest tonight, come back tomorrow, be focused again, I think we're in good stead to knock the runs off. But well done to the guys today, obviously, to put ourselves in that position.
You've been in this commentary box before quite recently, so I'm going to bring up your 10th fifer in Test match cricket, up to 249 wickets, and I want you to talk me through, if you can, what you were planning, what you were thinking.
We had a conversation with Roddy and the bowling coach, and he thought that we were bowling a little bit too straight. The pitch was a little bit easier, so he just wanted us to bowl a little bit more fifth stump, let the pitch, some green spots in the pitch, let the pitch do the work for you. And I thought we did that pretty well. Got some edges that carried to the slip nicely. So that was definitely the plan coming out this morning. Then obviously after lunch.
Darren?
Yeah, Kemar, how did you go about developing that skill of going round the wickets and blowing the ball away from the left-handers? Because I think that has worked really well for you in accumulating those 249 Test match wickets that you've achieved.
That started actually in England, 2017. I remember playing the first Test match against England, and we struggled a bit, and Roddy was like, the next day in the practice session after the game, he was like, what do you think about changing the angle, come around the wicket and get that shape on the ball? And it worked since that. I've got a lot of wickets from it. I've become better to left-handers, and I'm pretty happy with how it's going so far.
Great sight of you walking off, holding the ball in the air, and the pitch map, as you look at it, and I know that you're always sort of analysing the game. Is that confirmation of that line you were talking about?
Exactly. That's exactly where we wanted to bowl from the discussion with Roddy we had last night. So definitely I went out there, I did what was needed, and the results show. So I'm very happy. I'm very proud of the team as well for going out there and obviously putting a good fight up.
Atta, your guys, I mean, look, he's up there. He started so long back in 2009 when Bangladesh, funnily enough, were here. Would they be looking at him and imbibing and taking in anything?
Absolutely. I mean, why not? I mean, why not look at someone who has been brilliant in this venue? And the way he bowl to those areas. Remember, there were bare patches also. There was green patches and there were bare patches. So they decided, according to the bowling coach, hit the green patch and you will do something different there. So it's important for our bowlers to realize what he did differently. And the question that I have in my mind for you is that you've been very successful. It has been a favorite hunting ground for you to pick up 50 wickets. So do you do something different, not all around in the Caribbean when you come here, because you've been more successful here than in other places in the islands?
Well, for me, I think it's the open ground. So you always get that sideway movement, the strong breeze coming across the ground. So you just got to work with the breeze. So you put the ball in a good area. The pitch obviously gives us a lot of assistance, but it's just work with the breeze. That's how you operate on this ground.
The pitch usually gives you more assistance at certain times. Please, if we go back a couple of years. I want to take you to this graphic, and we're not sort of flattering you, but there's some hard work that has gone into this. For the leading wicket takers, you're standing shoulder to shoulder with Michael Oling. How do you feel when you see this?
I'm proud, man. Proud. I know
why.
How it started. Just how it started. Obviously, came into the team under very difficult conditions, and then obviously to build a career and get amounts of greats is always a good feeling. I'm always one for stats. I love my stats.
Oh, really?
I always look at my stats every night. If I'm not playing, I still look at my stats. So it's good to be among the greats, man. It's good to be up there with all the fantastic names.
Let me show you this stat then, because you've had your injuries and then you came back in 2017, and this is where you stand in the pantheon of bowlers around the world since 2017, post-injury, an average of 23. What do you put that down to?
Commitment, man. Commitment and hard work, obviously.
Because you lost pace?
Yes, but skill. Obviously, you have to improve on your skill. I've lost pace due to injuries, so I have to improve on my skill. A lot of hard work, a lot of consistent bowling, obviously, to get where you want to be in your career. So, yeah, man, it's blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears, and it's good to actually go out there and see the results up the show.
He speaks about the skill. I would like to find out, I mean, the West Indies Test team hasn't won as often as they would like, and I would like to find out about your mindset. When you're in a team that is not winning consistently, how do you stand tall as a bowler in that sort of situation and still produce those numbers with the ball?
Focus on your role. Focus on your role, man. That's me. Obviously, we would love to win more games, but my role is to be the leading bowler. Obviously, go out there and show fight and obviously put the team in a position to win. And that's what I focus on. Just want to go out there, perform for the team, do whatever the skipper asks, do whatever the team asks, and just keep coming, man.
That's what I love about cricket, perhaps more than other sports, is that no matter what the other guys are doing around you, you can singularly focus, and particularly as a bowler, and keep your level of excellence. So in terms of that focus, when that partnership was going 123 between Shakib and Nurul, what was going through your mind as we look at this and the way they played?
Yeah, they played well. I thought we were a little bit sloppy. Obviously, we didn't do what we wanted to do. Probably some tired bodies, but we discussed that another time. But I think the guys just stuck at it with task, man. We know it's cricket, international cricket. Teams will bat well at some stage. There will be a partnership. So it's just about keeping that body language, keeping that attitude, and just keep coming. Just keep trying to create that chance to break that partnership. And we've done that today.
How far out, let's say in a partnership like that, you're thinking, second new ball due after tea?
Yeah.
At what stage does that occur to you?
Yeah, it occurred obviously coming on after lunch. We were like, the ball got pretty soft, so we were like, we weren't getting much. So we try to be patient as much as we can, but the Bangladeshis bat pretty well. Shakib batted well. Obviously, he looked a bit injured, but he maneuvered the ball well. Hassan batted well. So I think it's just about us just trying to be patient until that new ball comes, because we always thought it's a new ball wicket. Once you get a new ball, something's going to happen. So we're just going to be patient, try to keep the runs down as much as possible, and when a new ball comes, we just try to attack again.
I'm going to move on. Look, we're going to celebrate you for a long time to come, right? So this is not the end of it, but I'm going to go back into the focus of the game after when Khalid took those 3 wickets with 84 required. Inside, honestly inside, how do you feel that the team Bangladesh and their supporters will be feeling at that point?
They'll be feeling very, very good. Obviously, the fact that when you pick up a wicket so early in his very first over, first delivery, and then he picks up another wicket, and then you realize if we had to put enough runs on in the first innings, maybe, just maybe, it could have been a different story one more time. But certainly, really good to see Khalid Ahmed banging it in and trying to pick up wickets, early wickets. He needed a little bit support from the other end. I thought perhaps Ibadat Hussain could have been introduced earlier because I thought he bowled beautifully in the first innings. So that's the call for the captain himself. But yes, having a look at Khalid Ahmed, it is really good to see what the youngster is trying to do, and picking up wickets is what matters, no matter what are you defending. 80 foot, not a big target to defend, but you need to pick up wickets, and he did that thrice, not once, twice.
Before we find out if Roach was padded up during that hustle there, what did you see happening during that phase?
I think there's a bigger strategic objective that Bangladesh is achieving with the likes of Khalid Ahmed, even Ibadat Hussain. The outlook of Bangladesh cricket is changing. In the past, you looked at Bangladesh and their bowlers and you felt that the only way they can be successful is with that reliance on spin. Now that has changed, and you look at that win against New Zealand, they're competing outside of their home territory, which is a very good sign. Alan Donald spoke about it. So I think although they might go on to lose this test match, I think the world now is taking notice of the young fast bowling talents in this Bangladesh side, and the options available for Shakib Al Hasan as captain. That will put them in very good stead to have a more balanced attack that could adapt to conditions before them, especially when they compete away from home.
Just from the West Indies batting point of view, Kemar, I wouldn't ask you to comment on the 3 down early, but the approach in the match and the development more so of this West Indies team led by Craig Brathwaite, how are people on the outside? What's your advice to them on how they should view this team?
I think we're making steps forward, man. I think we've done well so far under Craig's leadership. I think the communication has become much better. Guys are honestly owning up to their roles now, and they're putting in the work in camps. So the work effort is there, the attitude is there. It's just for us to go there and just show the people that what we're doing behind closed doors is actually good, and just get some results, man. Just get some steps going forward.
Let me get you out of here on this one because, look, I feel sorry that you guys have to walk so far across. It's a difficult series, I find, because if you beat Bangladesh, you're supposed to win. So you gain nothing in the minds of some people outside there, and then if you lose, everyone comes down on you. So in terms of goals that you have ahead, are you able to share any of what you're thinking about the future?
300 test wickets.
Wow.
300 test wickets. That's, yeah, 249 almost today. I have 2 to 3 more years in me.
You've got all the support from these guys here in the push towards that. Thank you very much for your time and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kemar. Just want to look forward with Atta and with Darren quickly about this final day coming up, weather permitting tomorrow. No tremors expected, no further?
No tremors. Maybe West Indies might run the risk of losing a couple more wickets, but I think with 35 runs required, this is West Indies' test match. As I said before, there are lots of positives that Bangladesh could take from maybe day 3, and I think that will be required for the second test. It's good to see John Campbell amongst the runs. If he remains unbeaten, I think that's an added sort of step for the West Indies, especially in that opening position. He's been there and thereabouts, hasn't been able to cement his spot, so an unbeaten knock to win the game will also do his career a whole lot of good.
Look forward for me Atta to tomorrow and tell me.
More wickets will make the team happy a lot. They would be disappointed with the batting effort. Second time round, better effort. It's the top order. Mahmudullah Sanjoy looks good.
Yes,
153 deliveries on a pitch which was doing quite a bit, and he showed the resilience and the temperament to bat longer period of time. The seniors need to follow what the junior cricketer is doing.
It's like watching one of your neighbor's children grow up when you see Mahmudullah Hasan Joy do what he did. Thank you, Atta. Thank you very much, Darren. Hope that you've enjoyed it. Let's reflect on how things have panned out over the course of this day and this test match. The West Indies bowled out for 265, which followed the 103 by Bangladesh. Bangladesh then bowled out for 245. They got some resistance from Shakib and Nurul in a stand of 123. Kemar Roach, though, was a standout, 5 for 53, his 10th 5-wicket haul. He's level with Michael Holding, in case you missed that news, on 249 test wickets. John Campbell is still there, though, and the West Indies need just 35 to win this test match with 7 wickets in hand. And to observe those 35 runs that are needed, we will be here with the action on day 4 at 9:45 a.m. We will have our build-up towards the culmination of this first test match. We hope that we will have the pleasure of your company then. But for now, from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, it's goodbye until tomorrow.
Out, Bonner? Out there. No?
Trading West Indies.
Pitch in line. Pitch in line. Get it, Roachy. Roachy, you don't have to dive.